Chapter 2484. The aura of the extraterritorial void was very chaotic compared to the void. It was like turbid seawater. In this place, one's perception of the void laws was greatly reduced. Yunyenshin was greatly affected, but Chernzong was not. For one, he could still feel the aura of the Great Path here. For another, Chernzong had truly entered the Great Path. He had already condensed the divine pattern of the Great Path, and the power of the Great Path came from the divine pattern. The power of the divine pattern of the Great Path would only disappear in a place where the Great Path was completely isolated. Other than the chaotic aura, the light in the extraterritorial void was even dimmer. Of course, this had no effect on Chernzong. Chernzong carefully sensed and felt Chen Xiu's aura. As long as they were in a certain range, they could sense each other's presence. Of course, Chernzong was now in the divine manifestation realm. In terms of level, he was equal to the transcendent realm. However, he was stronger than the transcendent realm. At least at the same level of cultivation, the divine manifestation realm was stronger than the transcendent realm. Unfortunately, Chernzong could not sense Chen Xiu's aura. There were several possibilities. Either Chen Xiu was not in the extraterritorial void, or he was too far away. Or he had entered some place and was isolated from the outside world. Anything was possible. Carrying Yunyenshin, Chernzong quickly moved. This was his first time in the extraterritorial void. He wanted to take a look and broaden his knowledge. The cultivation system of the alien race was different from the cultivation system of the human race. Naturally, the names were different, but there was a corresponding relationship. The human race had 5 levels of the ascendant realm, and the alien race had 5 corresponding levels. The alien race and the human race were not so friendly. Occasionally, the human race would enter the extraterritorial void to train, but it was not so smooth. This was because only a few alien races were not so hostile to the human race. Most of the alien races were hostile to the human race. Before long, Chernzong and Yunyenshin were surrounded by a dozen alien races. Human, hand over the spatial ring. The gazes of the dozen or so members of the foreign races were cold as they scanned Chernzong and Yunyenshin from head to toe. Nienshin, you can practice with them. Chernzong ignored them and smiled at Yunyenshin. Yunyenshin's cultivation base was at the peak of the Yuanming grade and was only a fine line away from the Great Perfection grade. His swordsmanship was already very brilliant, and his swordsmanship had improved significantly under Luo Yunyang's guidance over the years. Although the improvement was in the foundation of the sword art, the solid foundation of the sword art indirectly led to the improvement of the power of the sword art. Yunyenshin's regular combat power had reached the peak of the 11-star level and was close to the 12-star level. If she continued to cultivate with her talent, there was a 70% to 80% chance that she would be able to raise her combat power to the 12-star level in the test in a few decades. At that time, with her bloodline power, there was a great chance that she would be able to pass the test. Even if she couldn't pass the test this time, she could still suppress her cultivation base and continue to cultivate. She would definitely pass the test in the next test. Although there were a dozen or so members of the alien races, they weren't very strong. The strongest was only at the second realm. Under Yunyenshin's sword, they were no match for her at all. They were defeated one after another, and their belongings were naturally reduced to spoils of war. Of course, there were also many extremely strong members of the alien races in the extraterritorial void, such as the 4th realm equivalent of the human Tao Master and the 5th realm equivalent of the human Sovereign realm. About half a year later, Chernzong sensed Chen Xiu's aura. It was very weak, but there was a direction to guide him. Let's go. Chernzong immediately took Yunyenshin and flew quickly in the direction of the aura. The aura was getting more and more obvious. It didn't take long for Chernzong to completely sense Chen Xiu's location. A wisp of gray sword light tore through the void at an astonishing speed, and it carried with it an indomitable might. Behind it, there were 3 figures madly pursuing it. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful killing intent that surged like the tide, and they dashed about madly without stopping in their pursuit. That gray sword light was none other than Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu suddenly sensed something, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He immediately adjusted his direction and flew away at a high speed. Chen Xiu, don't struggle in vain. Stop, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. How long can your secret technique last? The aura of the 3 people chasing after him was obviously stronger than Chen Xiu's, especially the aura of their leader, who was much stronger. 2 levels. It was a complete difference of 2 levels. But now, Chen Xiu had unleashed an astonishing speed that exceeded the limit of his original cultivation. He was able to escape under the pursuit of 3 experts whose cultivation was far superior to his. He was relying on a secret method, a tyrannical secret method. However, the secret technique couldn't last long. Once it was over, it would stop and his speed would decrease. Once the secret technique was over, his speed would decrease to 1/10 of his original speed, and the 3 people behind him would catch up. Moreover, using the secret technique would exhaust his strength. When he faced the 3 people, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. He would be captured alive, and his end would be very miserable. There was no other way. The opponents he had provoked this time were too strong, and his chances of escaping were slim. However, he had just sensed the aura of Chen Xiu's original body, and it was approaching. If Chen Xiu joined forces with Chen Xiu's original body, they might have a chance of escaping because Chen Xiu's original body's aura was stronger than his. Although Chen Xiu's cultivation was only at the perfected Yuan underworld realm, his strength was not something a 12-star expert could compare to because of his own abilities and various opportunities. He had even killed a 3rd realm 1-star expert before, and he wasn't inferior to a 2-star expert. However, of the 3 people chasing after him, 2 were 4-star experts, and 1 was 5-star. If Chen Xiu hadn't been fast enough and used the secret technique to burn his strength, he wouldn't have been able to maintain a distance from them. However, he could only maintain a distance. Once his strength was exhausted and the secret technique ended, the situation would be very disadvantageous for him. Chen Xiu hadn't expected Chen Xiu's original body to appear here. Moreover, Chen Xiu felt that Chen Xiu's original body was very strong, much stronger than him. Perhaps they could escape if they joined forces. Chen Zong also sensed Chen Xiu's predicament and knew about the experts chasing after him. My original body. Chen Xiu smiled when he saw Chen Zong. However, it seemed that he hadn't smiled in a long time, so his smile was cold. Yun Yanxin looked at Chen Zong and then at Chen Xiu in a daze, her heart full of doubts. They looked exactly the same, but their auras were different. Otherwise, she would have mistaken them for each other. 2 people. Exactly the same? When the 3 foreign tribesmen saw Chen Zong, their faces were filled with astonishment. Since they look exactly the same, they should be twins. Kill them both and bring the girl back. One of them had an evil look in his eyes, and his aura was extremely evil. However, he didn't know that this sentence had touched his bottom line. Can my original body deal with them? Chen Xiu asked. Rest first. Chen Zong smiled and replied. However, in the eyes of the 3 people, there was an indescribable coldness that penetrated deep into their bones. It made the 3 of them tremble from the bottom of their hearts for no reason. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Chen Xiu smiled and retreated to the side. He took out a pill and consumed it to recover his energy. Since his original body said so, it meant that he was confident. Indeed, when he sensed from afar, he felt that his original body was stronger than him. However, now that he was closer, he was sure that his original body was indeed stronger than him. In fact, he was much stronger. However, Chen Xiu couldn't tell how much stronger he was. However, he knew his original body. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Since his original body wanted him to rest, it meant that he was confident in dealing with the three people. The three outsiders also understood Chen Zong's intentions. He intended to attack, so they quickly spread out and formed a triangular encirclement, directly encircling Chen Zong and the other two, preventing them from taking the opportunity to escape. "Leave it to me," one of the people with 4-star Third Realm combat power said with a sinister smile. His eyes flashed coldly, and his murderous aura was as strong as the tide. It surged and surged. It directly spread out and rushed towards Chen Zong from all directions like raging waves crashing onto the shore. The murderous aura was shocking. It filled the air and was extremely terrifying. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze everything around it. Yunyanxin couldn't help but tremble. Under this terrifying murderous aura, his entire body seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't move. And this was just the ripples of the murderous aura. It wasn't a direct attack. Then, it was as if a cool breeze blew over, blowing away the dust, dispersing the icy cold killing intent that was attacking him, causing Yunyan to feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. Boom! A palm strike carrying endless murderous aura swept across the air. The huge palm print was like a landslide, and it seemed like it was going to smash Chen Zong into pieces. In the next moment, a sword light suddenly flashed. In that flash, it was extremely sharp. That sharpness seemed to be able to tear apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was invincible and unstoppable. The palm print was not obstructed at all. It continued to blast forward. Immediately, it split into two like a pastry being cut by a sharp knife. It blasted past both sides of Chen Zong, but it didn't affect Chen Zong at all. That person from another race maintained his posture and stood motionless in the air. However, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What exactly happened at that moment? He didn't know. Soon after, a faint red mark appeared between his eyebrows and went straight down. One sword split into two. "Now, it's your turn." Chen Zong's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the other two people from another race. "Run!" The two people from another race were stunned at first. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they exploded with their full speed and immediately flew far away. He killed their companion with one sword strike. Such monstrous combat power was extremely shocking. They weren't a match for him, so they immediately escaped. However, could they escape? They couldn't. Chen Zong instantly drew his sword. It seemed to be a casual wave, as if he was brushing off the dust on his sleeves. It was also as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, 2 rays of sword light shot out. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It pierced through the air and killed them directly. Be it 4-star or 5-star, they couldn't block Chen Zong's sword. It only took one sword strike to kill. This was Chen Zong's strength after breaking through to the divine aspect realm. Chapter 2485. Little Dumpling is finally going to see eldest senior brother. A void airship was flying at an astonishing speed that was not inferior to any Dao Master's. Fast. Extremely fast. Then, layers of ripples appeared in the void like water ripples. Immediately after, the void airship entered the ripples and disappeared as if it had sunk into water. Not long after, ripples appeared in the distant void and spread out rapidly. The void airship shuttled out of the ripples like a whale. There were 3 people in the void airship. Chen Zong, Yunyanxin, Chen Xiu. Yunyanxin was still amazed. Chen Xiu was actually Chen Zong's doppelganger. Moreover, he had his own consciousness and thoughts and could cultivate and fight on his own. It was very strange and wonderful. Although they were doppelganger with one spirit, Chen Zong was Chen Zong and Chen Xiu was Chen Xiu. In particular, they had been separated for many years and had their own adventures and experiences. It was as if the two of them had their own lives. Although they were called the original body and doppelganger, they were more like twins. Now, there was one last thing Chen Zong had to do. After that, he would leave the void and go to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court again. The last thing he had to do was go to the northern battlefront to see eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan. This was Chen Zong's long-cherished wish, but it had been difficult to fulfill before. This was because eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan was in charge of the northern battlefront in Alostar region and could not leave easily. In addition, he was not strong enough to enter the war zone. Now that he was strong enough to go to the war zone, he naturally wanted to see eldest senior brother. As for Yun Yinxin, she had to be sent back to Sacred Ice Palace first. Given her current strength, she was not strong enough to enter the war zone. As for Chen Xiu, although his cultivation was at the Yuan Demon Realm, his battle strength could reach the 2-star level of the Divine Power Realm. Of course, this was not enough to enter the war zone, but he was Chen Zong's doppelganger and could enter Chen Zong's Spirit Sea. Northern Battlefront, Alostar region. A figure burst forth with astonishing speed, directly burrowing into it, continuously moving forward. That figure was Chen Zong. Speaking of which, this was Chen Zong's third time entering the northern battlefront. The first time was when Chen Zong was in the Path Manipulation Realm. He became a 12-star warrior there, and killed a royal barbarian warrior. The barbarians ordered him to be killed. The second time was when Chen Zong was in the Origin Underworld Realm. He had continuously recovered several mid-sized battle zones and killed many barbarian demons. 2 of them were barbarian demons, causing great losses to the barbarian demons. This was the third time. Although his cultivation base wasn't at the Transcendent Realm, it was at the same level as the Transcendent Realm, the Divine Aspect Realm. Drive straight in. Chen Zong did not stop at all. He directly flew through the light battle zone, then the medium battle zone, and stepped into the heavy battle zone for the first time. The aura of the war zone was even more chaotic and shocking. Chen Zong already knew which war zone his big brother Luo Beichuan was in. It was war zone number 1, which was the most intense. A human. A lone human. Kill him. When a barbarian demon general saw Chen Zong, his voice shook the sky. Good timing. Chen Zong smiled coldly. He unsheathed his long sword and instantly slashed through the air. It was just an ordinary sword. In other words, it was just some kind of mystery of the 9-layered true swords. It wasn't a profound martial skill, because these demonic barbarian generals didn't have the qualifications for Chen Zong to use a profound martial skill. The sword flashed. It was so fast that several slashes broke through the air in an instant. When the sword disappeared, the sword had already returned to its sheath. Chen Zong directly passed through the barbarian demon generals. Death. Under Chen Zong's sword, the barbarian demon generals were all killed. Kill. 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 Chen Zong killed his way through. Whether it was a 1-star demon barbarian demon general, a 2-star demon barbarian demon general, or a 3-star demon barbarian demon general, or a 4-star demon barbarian demon general, none of them could withstand a casual slash from Chen Zong. One must know that previously, when Chen Zong unleashed his full combat strength, he could kill a 1-star transcendent martial artist and fight a 2-star transcendent martial artist. After entering the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, even though his cultivation did not increase or break through, his other aspects improved by leaps and bounds. There was a qualitative difference. Before breaking through to the Divine Phase Realm, Chen Zong was confident that he could kill a 3-star Divinity Realm warrior if he went all out. He even had the chance to kill a 4-star Divinity Realm warrior. Once he broke through to the Divine Phase Realm, Chen Zong's strength increased by an astonishing amount. Comparing before and after, it was probably a 10-fold increase. According to this ratio, it would be easy for him to kill a 4-star Divinity Realm warrior with his strength that had just entered the Divine Phase Realm. He could even kill a 5-star Divinity Realm warrior. As for whether it would be easy to kill a 6-star Divinity Realm warrior, Chen Zong was not sure. After all, the higher the star level, the stronger the Divinity Realm warrior. However, if he went all out, Chen Zong was still confident that he could kill a 6-star Divinity Realm warrior. This was just his cultivation that had just entered the Divine Phase realm. It was just the beginning of this realm. Of course, other Divine Phase warriors might not be as strong as Chen Zong. Along the way, Chen Zong killed his way through one battle zone after another. Of course, Chen Zong's purpose was not to kill the barbarian demon barbarians, but to see his eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan. Naturally, he would not stop. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if he encountered more and stronger barbarian demon generals. Even so, Chen Zong still encountered a powerful barbarian demon general. Its aura was extremely shocking, surpassing the 6-star level and reaching the 7-star level. "Do you need my power?" Moxian asked. "Not for the time being, senior," Chen Zong replied. The 7-star barbarian demon general's aura made Chen Zong feel greatly threatened, but at the same time, Chen Zong also felt an indescribable excitement. He had finally met a strong enough opponent. Perhaps he could fight to his heart's content. When the barbarian demon general attacked, he directly used his full strength, wanting to kill Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not dodge. He activated his primordial spirit Dharma idol and instantly appeared behind Chen Zong. It was 3 meters tall, and its aura was extremely mysterious and powerful. It unsheathed its sword, and sword light instantly shot out. The primordial spirit Dharma idol also unsheathed its sword and slashed out. Wind slash. The power of this sword was extremely shocking. Inside Chen Zong's spirit sea, Chen Xiu and Moxian were both shocked by Chen Zong's sword. Chen Xiu had only seen Chen Zong after a long time. This was the first time he had seen a profound martial art. Although the demon heart had been following Chen Zong, it was a pity that the moment they entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the demon heart fell into a deep slumber uncontrollably, unable to sense anything in the outside world. Similarly, Moxian also fell into a deep sleep, unable to perceive anything in the outside world. As for now, both Moxian and Moxian had awakened, but unfortunately, they were still suppressed, unable to move or even make a sound. From Moxian's point of view, the mystery of Chen Zong's sword was simply indescribable. It was at a very high level. The barbarian demon general's attack was immediately cut apart. The sword light was like a gust of strong wind, and its power was extremely shocking. His expression changed greatly, and he attacked again. The next sword, wind extreme. Fast. Extremely fast. Unbelievably fast. The barbarian demon general attacked crazily and fiercely, but he could not do anything to Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong could not do anything to his opponent for the time being. "Since that's the case, I'll show more of my strength," Chen Zong thought to himself. In the next breath, sword marks appeared between his eyebrows. 3 sword marks. Wind mark. The power of the profound martial art increased greatly with the support of the sword marks. He could not block it. The barbarian demon general with 7-star fighting strength could not block this sword and was killed directly. After killing the barbarian demon general, Chen Zong withdrew his primordial spirit Dharma power. In the divine image realm, one's strength was reflected in the divine image. The divine image of Qi refining was also called the primordial spirit Dharma power. Different people's primordial spirit Dharma power were not necessarily the same. Chen Zong's primordial spirit Dharma power was in the form of a human, with the same figure and appearance as himself, but larger in size, like an enlarged version of himself. If he did not display his primordial spirit, his strength would only be a small part, and he would not be able to fully display it. It could be said that if a divine image realm cultivator wanted to use his full strength, he would have to activate his primordial spirit. After traveling all the way, Chen Zong finally arrived at the number 1 heavy combat zone and saw his senior brother, Luo Beichuan. He had long hair and wore a dark green sky wolf armor. He was handsome, but more than that, he had an indescribable temperament. That temperament seemed to be in control of the life and death of countless people. He was in a high position, like a great general who had won 100 battles. His sharpness was restrained, but it was condensed in his eyes. Just one look at him would bring a strong pressure to people. At his waist, a long saber was slung diagonally, and it was integrated with the armor on his body. His chi was smooth and flawless. At first glance, Chen Zong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be a match for him. He would not even be able to block a single strike. "Senior brother," Chen Zong called out directly. "Junior brother, I finally get to meet you." Luo Beichuan showed a smile. They had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time they had truly met. However, before this, Chen Zong had been taken care of by Luo Beichuan. Although this was the first time they had met, they did not feel unfamiliar at all. On the contrary, they were like brothers. Luo Beichuan immediately held a welcoming dinner for Chen Zong, and Chen Zong also stayed here for the time being. Chen Zong also had a purpose for staying here, and that was to find some demon barbarian generals to fight and hone himself. A battle of life and death without holding back. What could be better than this to hone one's skills? In addition, he wanted to interact more with senior brother Luo Beichuan and see if he could repay him. After all, he did not know when the next time he would return would be. After interacting with senior brother Luo Beichuan, Chen Zong was amazed. Luo Beichuan was knowledgeable and had amazing insights on the Saber Dao. This made Chen Zong feel that it was a pity that senior brother Luo Beichuan's cultivation was not at the Yuanming realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to cultivate and would definitely not be inferior to the War Demon. Although Chen Zong could not divulge a lot of information about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, nor could he impart the Nine Heavens True Sword, the various insights he had gained from it were not restricted. Therefore, Chen Zong told Luo Beichuan everything, hoping that it would inspire him. Luo Beichuan had indeed gained a lot. There were similarities between the saber and the sword. Luo Beichuan's Saber Dao foundation had become more solid, and his combat strength had actually increased a little from the extreme level. Chapter 2486. Thank you, junior brother. Luo Beichuan saluted Chen Zong with his hands folded and watched Chen Zong leave. 1 month. Chen Zong had stayed in the number 1 war zone for a month. It was not a long time, but he had experienced more than a dozen life and death battles and killed more than 100 barbarian generals. These dozen life and death battles allowed Chen Zong to show his real strength and consolidate it. 8-star. Chen Zong could fight an 8-star barbarian general head-on if he tried his best. He could even gain the upper hand and eventually exhaust them to death. Thinking about it, this kind of combat strength was terrifying. If he did not get the opportunity to go to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong estimated that his combat strength would reach the 4-star level after breaking through to the Divine Realm. At most, it would be incredible if he could reach the 5-star level. But now, he had reached the 8-star level. This kind of improvement was too amazing. It also directly reflected the gap between the Divine Realm and the Divine Manifestation Realm. During this month, Chen Zong shared his experience of practicing the Ninefold True Sword with Luo Beichuan, which greatly inspired him. Initially, Luo Beichuan had already reached the pinnacle of the Transcendent Plane and was unable to advance any further. However, he had strengthened a little and found an opportunity to break through. Once he broke through, he would reach the Tao Master level. The Divine Realm and the Tao Master level were 2 different levels. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, there had been countless talented people who had been stuck at the limits of the Transcendent Realm, unable to break through for many years. Luo Beichuan had also been stuck for a long time. This was also because his foundation was too strong, and he had not found the opportunity to break through. With Luo Beichuan's talent and potential, once he broke through to the Tao Master level, his combat strength would be stronger than that of a 1-star Tao Master. He would have the combat strength of a 2-star Tao Master. Then, as long as Luo Beichuan cultivated in seclusion for a while and turned the potential stimulated by the breakthrough into strength, his combat strength would be further improved. It would not be a problem for him to reach the 3-star level. There was even a little hope for him to reach the 4-star level. After leaving the northern battlefront, Chen Zong first returned to the Heavenly Will Palace to bid farewell to his master and senior sisters. Then, he used the Grand Universal Shift formation to head to the Ice Saint Palace to see Yunyanxin, which was also to bid farewell to Yunyanxin. "I'll wait for you at the 9 Heavens Imperial Court," Chen Zong said to Yunyanxin. "Okay." Yunyanxin nodded. This was a promise. When Chen Zong was about to leave, Chen Xiu was unwilling to go. "I want to go with my own strength," Chen Xiu said directly, his tone firm. Speaking of which, although Chen Xiu was Chen Zong's doppelganger, he was also an independent individual. He had an independent and complete divine soul and thoughts. He could cultivate and improve himself, and he had his own personality, preferences, and so on. Chen Zong had entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court based on his own abilities and had even achieved good result. What about Chen Xiu? Of course, he wouldn't be willing to be brought into the 9 Heavens Imperial Court by Chen Zong. He wanted to rely on his own abilities. From a very long time ago, it was like a competition between the original body and the doppelganger. One would surpass the other, and the other would surpass the other. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't object to Chen Xiu's decision. Instead, he respected the other party's choice, because that was also respecting himself. Putting himself in Chen Zong's shoes, if Chen Xiu had entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court first and wanted to bring him in, Chen Zong wouldn't have agreed either. With his own abilities, if he could do it, why not rely on his own abilities? "In that case, I'll look forward to your performance," Chen Zong said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll definitely surpass you," Chen Xiu replied. He was well aware of Chen Zong's performance in the ominous demon wasteland. He had achieved amazing results in the end, so he had to surpass him. Originally, Chen Xiu had planned to break through to the transcendent realm. Now, he could only suppress his cultivation realm and work hard to improve in other aspects. Fortunately, with Chen Zong's original body's divine soul and memory sharing, Chen Xiu also benefited a lot. He had a clearer direction for his future cultivation. In this way, coupled with his own talent and foundation, he might be able to achieve better results in the ominous demon wasteland. Similarly, with Chen Zong and Chen Xiu sharing part of Chen Zong's divine soul and memory, Chen Zong also benefited from Chen Xiu's cultivation experience over the years, especially his experience in swordsmanship. Chen Xiu's main attack was slashing. There were thousands of mysteries in swordsmanship, but only one slash was needed. That slash cut through heaven and earth, split yin and yang, and was invincible. Countless strong enemies died under Chen Xiu's slash. It could be said that Chen Xiu only cultivated one slash, but he had improved it to an amazing level, which amazed Chen Zong. From this, Chen Zong's gains were not small. Chen Zong once again arrived at the 1,000,000-meter-long sea of light. Under the gazes of countless people, he directly stepped into the 10,000-meter-long crack in the center. In the next breath, he stepped into it. With a flash of light, it was as if the sea was rolling in reverse. Chen Zong's figure also disappeared. Following the passage opened up by the crack, Chen Zong once again left the void where he came from and headed to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. This time, he had to cultivate well and improve himself. He didn't know when he would return next time. However, the stronger one's strength and the higher one's status, the more attention they would receive. It would naturally be easier to apply for a return. Not long after, Chun Zong stepped into the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, returned to the 6th Heaven, and returned to the Heart Sword Peak. After that, Chun Zong summoned Jiao Yi and asked about various things after he left. Although he hadn't been delayed, 5 years had passed since then. He didn't know what happened in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court during these 5 years. As the head attendant of the Heart Sword Peak, Jiao Yi had to manage everything on the Heart Sword Peak. Of course, she also had to pay attention to some changes in information so that she wouldn't be unqualified if she didn't know anything when the Peak Lord asked. In terms of cultivation, Jiao Yi was relatively ordinary, but in other aspects she was quite outstanding. Therefore, she told him everything she knew that happened during these 5 years. Of course, with Chun Zong's current level, he was actually nothing in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He was just a heaven-level disciple. There were too many people who were stronger than Chun Zong. Not to mention the 4th and 5th realms, even among the 3rd realms there were many who were stronger than Chun Zong. 9 Heavens General Ranking. A gleam flashed across Chun Zong's eyes. There were some ranking lists in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The lowest ranking was the 9 Heavens General Ranking, which corresponded to the 3rd realms. In other words, only 3rd realms were qualified to be listed in the 9 Heavens General Ranking. However, not all 3rd realms were qualified because there was a quota limit. 9999. There were only 999 places on the 9 Heavens General Ranking. Those who could be listed were the strongest 3rd realms in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The higher the ranking, the stronger they were. How many 3rd realms were there in the entire 9 Heavens Imperial Court? After countless years, there were more than 10,000 of them now, even more than the number of 2nd realms. After all, it wasn't difficult to break through from the 2nd realm to the 3rd realm. However, breaking through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm was more than 10 times more difficult. It was precisely because of this that there were more than 10,000 Divine Image Realm disciples in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Among them, some had died due to various reasons. Otherwise, there would be more. Among the 10,000 Divine Image Realm disciples, only 999 people could be listed in the ranking list. They were the cream of the crop, and every one of them was a true expert and elite. It could be said that the 999 people listed in the 9 Heavens General Ranking were the best among the 3rd realms. Every one of them was extremely powerful. This was nothing. It was very normal. What really surprised Chun Zong was Qi 3 months ago. Qi challenged the Heavens General Ranking and defeated his opponent, replacing his opponent's ranking and successfully ranked 960th. Qi! Chun Zong's eyes gleamed. Terrifying. Qi was really a terrifying monster. He probably broke through to the 3rd realm at about the same time as he did. Chun Zong guessed. After all, they were both fighting for the heavenly spirit fruit in the Chong Ling mystic realm, and Qi hadn't broken through yet. His breakthrough could only have happened later. In that case, in the short few years after Chun Zong left the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and returned to the Void, Qi's strength had improved tremendously and reached a shocking level. Together with his Yuanwang body, his strength was even more shocking, and he was qualified to be listed in the Heavens General Ranking. This time, among the people that Chun Zong knew, only Qi was listed in the Heavens General Ranking. The others, such as Cold Lamp Star, had also broken through to the Divine Image Realm. However, they weren't qualified to be listed in the Heavens General Ranking because their strength hadn't reached that level yet. After all, every one of the 999 people on the Heavens General Ranking was very powerful, and most of them were from the Origin race. The Origin race weren't weak by nature. Next, I should cultivate properly and do my best to improve my strength until it reaches the limit. Only then will I challenge them, Chun Zong thought to himself. However, before that, he had to ask Green Nightmare whether the Heavenly Spirit Pill was refined. If it was, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Without any hesitation, Chun Zong immediately sent a message to Qin Yen. Before long, he received a reply from Qing Yen. Very soon, Qing Yen personally delivered the Heaven Spirit Pill. 8 pills. There were a total of 8 Heavenly Spirit Pills. Back then, he'd obtained 9 Heavenly Spirit Fruit. One was used as the price to ask someone to refine the Heavenly Spirit Pill. 8 Heavenly Spirit Fruits were refined into 16 Heavenly Spirit Pills. Green Nightmare had obtained 8 pills, and the remaining 8 went to Chunzong. With his extraordinary senses, Chunzong felt that Green Nightmare's body contained a terrifying power that gave him immense pressure. In other words, the Green Nightmare was stronger than him, and by a lot. Chunzong had a feeling that the current him was probably no match for Green Nightmare at all. How could the difference be so great? Before his breakthrough, Chunzong was confident that he wouldn't lose to Green Nightmare in the fight for the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. He might even be able to suppress Green Nightmare, and perhaps even defeat him. Now, Green Nightmare's strength had improved tremendously in just a few years after his breakthrough. Was it because he hadn't cultivated in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in the past few years? No, Chunzong felt that this wasn't the main reason. After all, even if he'd returned to the void, he'd also improved significantly and his strength had increased significantly. The main reason was the talent of the origin race. Chapter 2487. Each of the 8 Heavenly Spirit Pills contained a vast amount of energy. The energy was also very pure, far better than the 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pill. Of course, the 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pill was suitable for the Spirit Condensation Realm, but its effect on the Divine Aspect Realm was much weaker. The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree took 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. Once it matured, it would absorb all the vitality around it, even the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree's vitality. After that, it would take 100 years to recover. Therefore, the cycle of the Heavenly Spirit Fruit wasn't 900 years, but 1,000 years. Therefore, the energy contained in the Heavenly Spirit Fruit that had been nurtured for 1,000 years was naturally extremely vast. After being refined into a Heavenly Spirit Pill, not only would it not decrease, it would instead strengthen, condense, and become purer. The effect of refining and absorbing it after consumption would be even more shocking. The 3 supreme techniques of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court all had 5 levels, corresponding to the 2nd to 6th levels. The 6th level was the realm that surpassed the 5th level. In other words, it was beyond the sovereign level. The Divine Aspect Realm could only cultivate the 2nd level. Thus, in terms of the power of cultivation arts, there was actually nothing to compare. For example, in the Divine Aspect Realm, if one cultivated their cultivation arts to the extreme, they would reach the 2nd layer of perfection. If there were no exceptions, the power of cultivation arts would be the same. The difference in strength would not be based on this. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, a suitable spirit body would raise the power of a small realm. A suitable king body would raise the power of 2 small realms. That kind of leap was shocking. Chunzong's physique was only a mortal physique in the universe. It couldn't be enhanced at all. Therefore, in terms of technique power, he couldn't be ahead of others. Therefore, he could only start from other aspects. Of course, this didn't mean that Chunzong would give up on the power of the technique. In the composition of strength, the power of the technique was also important. Cultivate. After obtaining the 8 Heavenly Spirit Pills, Chunzong began to cultivate in seclusion. Like the Spirit Condensation Realm, the Divine Aspect Realm was also divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and peak. Now, Chunzong's cultivation was at the low level. The 2nd level of the 9 Heavens Energy Refining Technique, the Fierce Gale Technique, was at the beginner level. Even after returning to the void for a few years, Chunzong had taken 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pills to cultivate, but the effect wasn't obvious. But now, Chunzong wanted to use the Heavenly Spirit Pills to improve his cultivation. After taking one pill, Chun Gale Technique, Chun Zong's refining Gale Technique. Pure and boundless energy surged endlessly in his body like a raging sea. Chun Zong constantly refined and absorbed it, causing his cultivation base to rise as well as the realm of his cultivation secret art. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breakthrough of breakthrough. Chun Zong's cultivation had broken through, from the low level of the divine aspect realm to the middle level of the divine aspect realm. After refining the 5th heavenly spirit pill, the 2nd level of the 9 heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, also broke through as he wished. After refining all 8 heavenly spirit pills, Chun Zong's cultivation rose to the middle level of the divine aspect realm, close to the high level. If he had 2 more heavenly spirit pills, he could definitely break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm. The 2nd level of the 9 heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, also reached the small level. The improvement of cultivation and the breakthrough of the technique made Chun Zong's strength even more powerful. My improvement is so obvious after taking 8 heavenly spirit pills, then. I got a lot of heavenly spirit fruits back then, at least a dozen heavenly spirit pills. My cultivation will break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm without any pressure. Chun Zong thought to himself. In addition, with his innate Yuan King body, the cultivation efficiency of the suitable technique would be higher, and the speed of improvement would be faster. In other words, the 2nd level of the 9 heavens 10,000 condensation technique was at least at the large level. In addition, because of the innate Yuan King body, the technique's power could be increased by 2 small levels. So, in other words, the level of the technique's power exceeded the 2nd level, and was between the 2nd and 3rd level. This was just Chun Zong's initial estimation. Maybe it would be even stronger. In addition to the improvement in other aspects, etc., it was reasonable to have the strength to be listed on the Heavenly General Ranking. Heavenly General Ranking, I wonder how far away I am now? Chun Zong thought to himself. No matter how far away, one thing was certain, and that was that he didn't have the strength to be listed on the Heavenly General Ranking. However, he had just entered the divine aspect realm, and it had only been a few years. As for those who were listed on the Heavenly General Ranking, other than that, the others were experts who had stepped into the divine aspect realm for decades or even centuries. If I can enter the Heavenly General Ranking, I will get more cultivation resources. Chun Zong thought to himself, and the light in his eyes flickered endlessly. Originally, he didn't think so much, but because of this, he made more connections just now, and it brought about a kind of invisible pressure, which also stimulated his fighting spirit. My cultivation has already been raised to the extreme. It's not easy to continue to raise it in a short period of time. Then now, what I can raise is the Great Tao. It's time to go to the alchemy world. The alchemy world was a sacred place to comprehend the Great Tao, and only those who had reached the divine aspect realm were qualified to enter. Chun Zong had accumulated 4 months of time to comprehend the alchemy world, and it was time to use it. If he wanted to go to the alchemy world, he had to go through the teleportation of the world gate. The alchemy world was like a dark void, pitch black and boundless. Chun Zong appeared in it, and he felt like he couldn't see the sky or the ground. There was no end in all directions, and a feeling of darkness and emptiness pervaded the air. He couldn't feel any aura in here. Then, a sudden change occurred. Bits of light suddenly appeared, like starlight, from weak to dazzling, in just a breath's time. Countless starlight turned into dazzling rays of light, becoming more and more dazzling as they bloomed. Strands of mysterious aura also pervaded the air. That aura was the aura of the Great Tao, and it immediately attracted Chun Zong's attention. His eyes swept across, and in all directions there were starlight, countless starlight, densely packed starlight, and every bit of starlight pervaded the air of the Great Tao. Uncountable thousands of great daos. Soon after, countless starlight gathered in the middle, becoming increasingly dazzling. In the end, they flowed and turned into a surging river of starlight. It flowed majestically from afar, emitting a roaring sound. Rumble. It was like the flowing sea, and its aura was endless, with all the changes in it. That was the long river of the great Tao. The long river contained thousands of mysteries of the great Tao. Chen Zong focused his gaze and saw flames burning fiercely, emitting a towering heat that seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. He saw flowing water surging like waves, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a surging wave. He saw mountains rising up from the ground, pointing straight at the sky, majestic and vast. A ray of blade light split the sky and earth, and a ray of sword light pierced through the world. Darkness pervaded the air, swallowing everything, and light blossomed, as if everything was melting. Storms swept, lightning raged, and golden light illuminated the world. A terrifying aura bloomed, and that kind of power was unparalleled, destroying everything and filled with destruction. There was unparalleled power, crushing everything into powder. There was unparalleled speed, and there was no comparison between heaven and earth. The Great Tao. The mysteries of the Great Tao were clearly manifested in the long river, and Chen Zong saw it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful! Chen Zong was suddenly very excited. Even in the sixth heaven of the nine heavens imperial court, where the laws of the universe were denser and the mysteries of the Great Tao were clearer, could not be compared to here, because the mysteries of the Great Tao here were almost condensed into substance. 100 times. Compared to the sixth heaven, the aura of the Great Tao here was at least 100 times stronger. It was certain that even the seventh heaven's mysteries of the Great Tao were far from comparable. It would be easier and simpler to comprehend the Great Tao in such a place. It was too obvious and too strong. Time was limited, so Chen Zong quickly calmed himself down and began to comprehend. Sword principle, heart principle, world principle. The mysteries of the three Great Tao were contained in the long river of the Great Tao. If it were other people, they would have to choose one of the Great Tao to comprehend until they reached the limit of their current level and could not break through in a short period of time. Then they would choose the second Great Tao to comprehend. Of course, this was on the premise that they had mastered more than one Great Tao. However, Chen Zong was different. With the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong could comprehend the mysteries of the three Great Tao he had mastered at the same time and improved together. In the Sword Principle, the fourth divine mark was condensing. In the Heart Principle, the second divine mark was beginning to condense. In the World Principle, the first divine mark was completely condensed. Chen Zong did not hesitate to activate the 10 intents of heart. He used 3 intents to comprehend the Sword Principle, 3 intents to comprehend the Heart Principle, 3 intents to comprehend the World Principle, and the remaining intents to comprehend the Sword Principle. When the Sword Principle was improved together, one's strength as a whole would increase more obviously and comprehensively. Chen Zong's comprehension was superb, and his realm was high enough. In such an environment, coupled with the Heart Sutra, his efficiency was simply shocking. Even if it was, the effect of comprehension here could not be compared to Chen Zong's. His true strength lay in his physique. The innate Yuan King physique gave him unparalleled power. Of course, the Great Tao he comprehended was also affected by it. He could comprehend it faster and more deeply, but it was just a side benefit. Chen Zong could stay in the refining way world for 4 months. 4 months was actually very short, but Chen Zong did not waste any time. He comprehended with all his might at the highest efficiency and shocking speed. Chen Zong was improving with every breath. Although the improvement was very small, when stacked up, it was still very shocking. Transformation. It was like a metamorphosis. The fourth divine mark of Sword Principle was quickly condensed to the extreme, as if it had turned into a substance. It emitted a shocking sharpness. Then, the fifth divine mark of sword principle was condensed. At the same time, the second divine mark of heart principle was condensed to the extreme, and the third divine mark was condensed. However, the speed of the condensation of the heart principle was not as fast as that of the world principle. This was because the mysteries of the heart principle that Chen Zong felt were relatively weak here. However, it was not a problem. It was better than cultivating alone. Improvement. Improvement. Limitless improvement. When the 4 months of comprehension ended, Chen Zong's comprehension also ended. The improvement effect at the beginning was the best, but the improvement effect continued to weaken. This was not because the effect of comprehension was weakening, but because Chen Zong was becoming stronger. The stronger he was, the harder it was to improve. Chapter 2488. In the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, disciples were divided into 2 levels, heaven and earth. Earth-level disciples were in the spirit condensation realm, while heaven-level disciples were in the divine manifestation realm. Earth-level disciples cultivated again and again, using the resources of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to continuously improve themselves and become stronger until they broke through. Heaven-level disciples were in the divine manifestation realm, and they were even stronger. Their abilities far exceeded that of Earth-level disciples by at least 10 times. At this point, they had the basic qualifications to go out and explore. Although the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was powerful and had a deep foundation, it could not be endlessly cultivated and depleted. Therefore, at the divine manifestation realm, there was a new rule. One had to complete the missions issued by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Only by completing the missions could one continue to enjoy the resources of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. If one could not complete the missions 3 times, one would be removed from the list of heaven-level disciples and reduced to a warden. This was a test to see if one was qualified to continue enjoying the resources of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Wardens could only enjoy the basic salary, which could not be compared to heaven-level disciples. One had to contribute more to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to be qualified to receive more resources. 100 years. Every 100 years, heaven-level disciples had to complete a mission issued by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Usually, they could choose 1 out of 3, as long as they completed it within 100 years after becoming a heaven-level disciple. If they did not complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a failure. There were a total of 3 chances. If they used all 3 chances, they could only be removed from the list of heaven-level disciples. Of course, after being removed, there was still a chance to become a disciple again, just that the difficulty was higher. If there were any unexpected situations, such as having to cultivate in seclusion for a long time and being unable to guarantee that they would come out within 100 years, they would have to apply in advance. After that, when they came out of seclusion, they just had to complete the missions. Could they not do any missions? Yes, they could, but they could only be listed on the Heavenly General Roll. Once they were listed on the Heavenly General Roll, it was up to them whether they wanted to complete missions or not, and they would not be restricted in the slightest. Because being listed on the Heavenly General Roll meant powerful abilities, enough for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to spend resources to groom them well. For months passed in the refinement world. Chen Zong left and returned to Heart Sword Peak. Not long after, a deacon arrived with a mission. There were 3 tasks. Chen Zong was free to choose one of them and complete it. It hadn't even been 10 years since Chen Zong broke through to the divine aspect realm, and there was still quite a bit of time before he reached the 100-year mark. The reason why the mission was sent over so quickly was to let Chen Zong know what to do. After making his choice, he could go whenever he felt like it. The deacon was very polite when he received Chen Zong. After all, although Chen Zong was a human, he was very capable. Very soon, Chen Zong finished his selection and chose one of the missions. After sending off the enforcer, he went into seclusion again. When one's cultivation was in the deity condensation realm, one still had to consume fresh water pills and meat essence pills every day to maintain the consumption of the body. But after reaching the divine aspect realm, this kind of requirement was greatly reduced, at least reduced by more than 10 times. Without a doubt, this greatly prolonged the effects of secluded cultivation. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the longer the duration of one's seclusion would be. It was best not to interrupt one's seclusion if possible. Once one reached the 4th level, one would no longer need to consume food to maintain the consumption of the body. Eating would become a habit or a pleasure and not a necessity. After Chen Zong chose his mission, he didn't immediately enter seclusion. Instead, he went to the Tao Alliance's headquarters. The Tao Alliance's headquarters was located in the 6th heaven. Here, within the Tao Alliance's headquarters, Chen Zong saw that the scripture depository was no longer an illusion. The Tao Comprehension Tower was also no longer an illusion. They were both real. In truth, the Scripture Depository and Tao Comprehension Tower in the 5th heaven were both projections. This was because the Scripture Depository and Tao Comprehension Tower themselves were treasures. Chen Zong stepped into the Scripture Depository. Now that Chen Zong had reached the divine aspect realm, his status within the Tao Alliance had risen as well, and he could enter the higher levels of the Scripture Depository. Choose. In the end, Chen Zong chose a speed-type secret technique called the whirlwind rotation. It was compatible with the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath that he cultivated. It would be easier for him to comprehend and cultivate, and it would also be easier for him to unleash the power of the technique. After obtaining the whirlwind rotation secret technique, Chen Zong chose a few Ao Wu techniques to cultivate as support. Then, he stepped into the Tao Comprehension Tower and began to comprehend them. Sword techniques. Ao Wu. During the month he was at the northern battlefront in the void, Chen Zong successfully upgraded all 4 Ao Wu embryonic forms to the real Ao Wu. Of course, this was only the most basic Ao Wu. Now, he needed to further upgrade it. Ao Wu was the combined release of all one's strength. It was also the most direct representation of one's strength. There was still a huge gap between mastering Ao Wu and not mastering it. Each of the experts on the Heavenly General Leaderboard had mastered powerful arcane martial art. The basic martial arts of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, such as the 9 Heavens True Sword, each had 99 types of mysteries. They were the masterpieces summarized by the ancestors of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The first level of Ao Wu had to fuse at least 9 types of mysteries into one. However, it wasn't that simple. It had to be combined with the power of Tao. It could be said that the sword Tao Ao Wu used the power of Tao as the foundation, the concept as the soul, and the mysteries of swordsmanship as the flesh and blood. Finally, it was a superb technique that combined the power of Tao to unleash its power. As for the second level of Ao Wu, it had to fuse 18 types of mysteries. The third level of Ao Wu had 27 types of mysteries. Of course, in addition to fusing more mysteries, the level of Tao had to be raised. Its concept had to be raised as well. There were 99 types of mysteries. Therefore, correspondingly, there should be 11 levels of Ao Wu. However, the higher the level of Ao Wu, the harder it was to master. The Ao Wu could be created by oneself. It could also be cultivated by the predecessors. After leaving the Tao Comprehension Tower, Chen Zong returned to the Heart Sword Palace. He went into seclusion again to cultivate the secret technique of whirlwind and a few selected sword Tao Ao Wu. Whether it was the secret technique of whirlwind or a few sword Tao Ao Wu, they were all created by the ancestors of the Tao Union. Chen Zong would cultivate them and absorb the essence from them, turning it into his own accumulation. When he created his own secret technique of Ao Wu in the future, it would come in handy. Other than cultivating in seclusion, Chernzong would also head to the Divine Martial Palace to cultivate. The 9 divine palaces were divided into the outer, middle, and inner levels. With Chernzong's current level, he could enter the middle palace. The middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace also had a sword palace. However, the sword palace of the middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace was different from the sword palace of the outer palace. The sword palace of the outer palace had 99 sword pillars. Each sword pillar contained a type of sword Tao mystery. The sword palace of the middle palace had 9 huge sword pillars. Each sword pillar was 10 times the size of the sword palace of the outer palace. Chernzong began to comprehend. Once he started, Chernzong discovered that the sword pillars contained the mysteries of Ao Wu. To put it simply, there was no Ao Wu in the 9 sword pillars. There was only the mysteries of Ao Wu. For example, the way of alchemy did not contain elixirs. Instead, it contained the experience and knowledge of alchemy. Imparting knowledge to people, it was better to teach people how to fish than to fish. This was the principle. Among the 9 great forces, there were all kinds of Ao Wu that were created by the predecessors or obtained from the outside world. The 9 divine palaces were there to help people comprehend them. The 9 sword pillars in the sword palace of the middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace were different from those in the sword palace of the outer palace, where one could only comprehend them within a month. Instead, many people could comprehend one of the sword pillars at the same time or separately. After comprehending them one by one, Chernzong discovered that the mysteries of Ao Wu contained in the 9 sword pillars were different. They represented 9 different directions. The mysteries of the profound martial arts within the 9 sword pillars were related to the way of the sword. One of them represented power, one represented speed, one represented sharpness, and so on. Of course, what they represented was not the only one. It was not that simple. One of the mysteries was the main one, and other mysteries were integrated into it to make it more powerful. The 9 directions were quite comprehensive. Chernzong was amazed. He now had a clearer understanding of the 9 Heaven Imperial Court's foundation. The 9 Heaven Imperial Court was indeed a great force in the universe. It was unknown how many years had it been accumulated by generations of seniors and experts, benefiting the future generations. Chernzong still had 3 years of cultivation time in the 9 holy palaces, so he used all of it. He directly activated the 10 intents of one heart and started to comprehend the 9 sword pillars. He spent some time on each sword pillar, and with the cooperation of the 10 intents of one heart, the effect of his comprehension was amazing. This kind of comprehension also indirectly led to the improvement of Chernzong's 3 great Dao. When the 3 years were up, Chernzong left the Divine Martial Palace and returned to the Heart Sword Palace again. He had to cultivate in seclusion. He felt as if a switch had been turned on in him. His potential was constantly surging. As long as he cultivated, he felt that he was improving at every moment. It was as if there was no end to it. Chernzong was almost addicted to it and could not extricate himself. It was a feeling that he could not stop at all. It was too wonderful, too carefree. If it was possible, Chernzong really wanted to continue improving like this forever. However, that was impossible. Chernzong knew this very well. As he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he gradually approached a bottleneck. One day, Chernzong felt that he had reached his limit. He had reached the limit that he could reach at this stage. That limit was not something that could be broken through by cultivating in seclusion. He came out of seclusion. When Chernzong came out of seclusion, it was exactly the 35th year since he had broken through to the divine manifestation realm. In other words, after returning from the void, Chernzong had cultivated for a total of 30 years. 30 years. Chernzong stared into the distance. His gaze was deep and distant. In these 30 years, although my cultivation did not break through, my strength has been improving continuously. What level has my strength reached now? Without fighting, Chernzong did not have a clear idea of the level of his strength. However, compared to 30 years ago, my strength is more than 10 times stronger. Since I have reached a bottleneck, it's time to go and complete the mission, Chernzong said to himself. After completing the mission, he would have more than 100 years to improve himself. He would not have to worry about the mission anymore. Moreover, the mission that he had chosen would allow him to test his strength. Even if he did not complete the mission immediately, as long as he did not give up and change the mission or exceed the time limit, it would not be considered a failure. Of course, Chernzong did not think too much about giving up or failing the mission. He felt that he could complete the mission. It was a kind of confidence that came from the soul and the heart. Chapter 2489. The universe was vast and boundless. No one knew how big it was or how far it was. There were countless continents, stars, worlds, mystic realms, and so on. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was only on one of the continents. The continent where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located was called Heaven Continent. Heaven Continent was a collective name. It was formed by a central continent and many broken continents. Those broken continents were like islands. For example, the continents where the 5 mystic realms under the direct management of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were located were one of the many broken islands. The mission that Chernzong-san chose was to kill a demonic dragon that was causing trouble. It was located on one of the islands. With the help of the realm gate of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chernzong directly appeared on that island. This island was called Demonic Dragon Island. The Demonic Dragon clan lived on the island. Why did this mission require him to kill one of the demonic dragons? Because that demonic dragon had left Demonic Dragon Island and entered other islands. It massacred and devoured the originals, causing shocking casualties. After that, it escaped very cleverly and evaded the pursuit, returning to Demonic Dragon Island. The Demonic Dragon clan on Demonic Dragon Island was not a weak demonic beast clan. There were even powerful demonic dragons of the 4th and 5th realms, as well as many 3rd realms. Of course, if the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were to attack, it would not be a problem to kill the entire demonic dragon clan, let alone the escaping demonic dragon. However, the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court did not do so. Instead, they marked that demonic dragon and had an agreement with the demonic dragon clan. The marked demonic dragon would be the mission of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The level of the marked demonic dragon would be the level of the mission, and the person who accepted the mission would be of the same level. This level referred to the major realms, such as the Divine Aspect Realm. It did not matter if it was a low-level or peak-level Divine Aspect Realm cultivator. As long as the demonic dragon was marked and assigned a mission, even if the demonic dragon above the level knew about it, they could not interfere. Once they did, the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would also attack and cause great losses to the demonic dragon clan. Although the demonic dragon clan was not weak, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was stronger. It was the overlord of Heaven Continent, the only overlord. For this mission, killing the marked demonic dragon shouldn't be too difficult. The difficult part was that there might be other demonic dragons interfering, hindering him, or even chasing after him. Although there was an agreement that demonic dragons who were beyond the target of the mission could not use their own power to interfere, other demonic dragons who were at the same level as the mission were not restricted. In other words, Chernzong's mission target was a 3rd realm demonic dragon. If he wanted to kill that demonic dragon, there was a high chance that he would be obstructed or surrounded by even more 3rd realm demonic dragons. However, Chernzong was not afraid. It was impossible for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to issue a sure-death mission. Whether or not one could complete it would depend on one's own capabilities and how one went about it. Sometimes it was not because the target was too strong, but because other factors interfered. Back then, when Chernzong had chosen this mission, The deacon had told him that someone had already accepted this mission and failed it. This was a total of 2 times. After accepting the mission, Chernzong received a guide that allowed him to sense the location and aura of the target dragon. Then, he could find it and kill it. Following the guide, Chernzong moved quickly on Demonic Dragon Island and approached his target. Before long, Chernzong found his target demonic dragon in a pool. The demonic dragon clan had huge bodies and thick legs. However, their forelimbs were relatively short and slender. They had wings on their backs and long necks. Their bodies were covered in greenish-black scales. Their eyes were fierce, and their aura was extremely ferocious. This demonic dragon was playing with 2 female dragons in the pool. Its eyes widened at Chernzong's appearance. An origin tribesman? No, you don't have silver hair and double pupils. You're not an origin tribesman. Then, what race are you? Demonic dragons were intelligent life forms. Although they were not in human form, they could still speak human language. What they spoke was the common language. Human, Chernzong replied unhurriedly. Human. Let me think. I think I've heard of it before. That demonic dragon was surrounded by a ferocious aura. It was not afraid at all. Its tail teased the 2 female dragons while it stared at Chernzong with fierce eyes, as if it wanted to see through Chernzong. I remember now. You're a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, right? You're from a weak race that came from the void. Looking at you, you're here to complete the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's mission to kill me? This demonic dragon naturally knew what it had done and that it had been marked. Of course, it did not become a target. However, even the demonic dragon king of its race could not remove the mark on its body. What should it do then? Xiao Chen could only passively accept it and properly enjoy it. It was impossible for him to leave Fiendish Dragon Island and go to other islands to hunt and eat. He could only stay on Fiendish Dragon Island and play some passionate games with the little female dragons. Actually, in the beginning, this demonic dragon was terrified when it fled back to Demonic Dragon Island after committing a crime and was marked by the experts of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. However, the first disciple who came to carry out the mission failed. He was directly injured by it and fled in a panic. He never came back again, as if he had given up on the mission. After some time, another disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court came to carry out the mission. In the end, he was eaten by it. Since then, the demonic dragon was no longer afraid. Now, the 3rd disciple had come, and it was a human. The demonic dragon was even less worried. What does a human taste like? I haven't tasted it yet. You can give me a taste. The demonic dragon laughed. Is that so? Then let's see if you have such good teeth. Chernzong smiled slightly, but he did not have any intention of looking down on the other party. This was because the demonic dragon's aura was extremely terrifying and ferocious. The threat it brought to him was very obvious. However, since he was here, he had to give it a try no matter what. Even if he could not defeat it, he would know how strong the other party was. Without hesitation, Chernzong immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed it through the air. This slash was not AoWu. It was just a swordsmanship, but it burst forth with extremely shocking power. With Chernzong's current cultivation and realm, the power of a casual slash was far greater than when he was in the spirit condensation realm. Child's play. The demonic dragon sneered and suddenly swung its tail. It broke through the air like lightning, but also like a long spear. Its power was extremely shocking. The sword light was shattered in an instant. The tail slashed through the air with extremely shocking power, as if it was going to penetrate Chernzong's body. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong's body was directly penetrated. However, that was just an afterimage. Chernzong had already dodged it. He appeared beside the demonic dragon and slashed with his sword again. This slash was even more powerful. However, the demonic dragon's reaction speed was extremely fast. As it turned around, its seemingly short and slender forelimbs instantly extended and grabbed at the air. It tore the void apart, leaving behind streaks of scars. At the same time, its tail suddenly turned. It was as nimble as a whip as it tore through the air and attacked from both sides. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. He was completely locked on and could not avoid it. Divine wind slash! He shouted in a low voice. A strong wind blew in an instant and merged into the sword. It slashed through the air. The green sword light was dazzling and had an extremely domineering and fierce aura. As soon as it appeared, it seemed that nothing in the world could block its slash. This slash was created by Chen Zong with the sword principle as the core and the wind slash as the prototype. He had continuously comprehended and merged more mysteries of swordsmanship. He had also analyzed and merged the mysteries of the sword principle Ao Wu that he had selected from the Taoist alliance. This slash was a third-level Ao Wu. A second-level Ao Wu was twice as powerful as a first-level Ao Wu. A third-level Ao Wu was twice as powerful as a second-level Ao Wu. This slash immediately made the demonic dragon feel extremely threatened. It was sure that its scales could not withstand this slash. Once it was hit, it would most likely be torn apart and injured. However, the demonic dragon's body was very big. It could not dodge in time. It could only circulate its strength and condense it on its scales to resist this slash. At the same time, its tail exploded with an even faster speed. The extremely domineering green sword light slashed down and directly slashed the demonic dragon's scales. A series of sparks flew out from the collision. However, the scales were also split open. A crack appeared and dark red blood seeped out. The tail arrived and pierced through Chen Zong again. However, Chen Zong dodged it at an astonishing speed. The demonic dragon's attack missed. It suddenly flapped its wings and immediately soared into the sky. When it was 100 meters above the ground, it opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark green flames that had a strong sour smell. The flames were extremely sour and seemed to contain an astonishingly strong poison. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding vegetation quickly withered. Chen Zong's expression changed involuntarily. His primordial soul dharma power was instantly stimulated and his strength increased greatly. The sword light flashed and immediately stirred up a violent gust of wind. The wind was like a whirlwind that circled the surroundings. It directly blocked the dark green flames that were spraying down from the sky like a waterfall. The wind swept and roared endlessly. However, it was continuously burned by the dark green flames. However, it still managed to block the dark green flames for a moment, giving Chen Zong a chance to escape. The sword light pierced through the air and with extreme power, it instantly reached the demonic dragon. The extremity of wind. The sword pierced through the air at an astonishingly fast speed. In the sword palace of the central hall of the Divine Martial Hall, Chen Zong's 3 years of enlightenment had been very impressive. His Ao Wu had been constantly improving and had reached the 3rd level. This sword was even faster. It was like a green light that carried an unparalleled sharpness. It pierced through the sky and pierced through the demonic dragon's scales, injuring it once again. The 3rd sword. The sound of the sword rang out. It was like a gentle breeze singing. It slowly spread out and filled the surroundings. It was like a gentle breeze singing and seemed to be whispering something into the demonic dragon's ears. When the sound reached the demonic dragon's ears, it was like a sudden explosion of needles that fiercely pierced the divine will. The demonic dragon only felt an indescribable stabbing pain in its head. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced into the divine will and ruthlessly tore it apart. The moment of intense pain caused the demonic dragon to scream uncontrollably. Whistling of the wind. Although the Ao Wu that attacked with the divine will was at the 3rd level like the other Ao Wu, its power was extremely terrifying. For opponents whose divine will was not strong enough, the power of this sword was not inferior to that of a 4th level Ao Wu. Under the attack of the divine will, the demonic dragon was in excruciating pain and was momentarily dazed. Mark of wind. The sword slashed out, cutting through the void with unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 2490. Its huge body slowly toppled over, and a large amount of dark red blood gushed out crazily like spring water, dyeing the pool dark red. The two little female dragons were so scared that they didn't dare to move, afraid that they would also be killed. However, Chernzong didn't attack them because they weren't the target of the mission. According to the agreement between the Monster Dragon Tribe and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the people carrying out the mission were not allowed to kill the members of the Monster Dragon Tribe. Of course, if the Monster Dragon Tribe attacked first, they were allowed to retaliate. After killing the target, everything was recorded by the Nine Heavens Rings. Chernzong immediately sheathed his sword and tried to escape at top speed. "How dare you try to escape after killing me?" A loud roar suddenly sounded, filled with anger and killing intent. It was the other monster dragons from the Monster Dragon Tribe. Their terrifying killing intent locked onto Chernzong from afar. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. Third realm monster dragons kept appearing and chasing after him. Chernzong ignored them and focused on escaping. The mission was completed, and it was time to go back and turn in the mission and cultivate. However, a group of third realm monster dragons also appeared in front of him. One of the monster dragons emitted an aura that made Chernzong tremble slightly. More than 20 third realm monster dragons chased after him from all directions. The pressure was like a storm, and they attacked crazily as if they wanted to tear Chernzong apart. Chernzong's expression was serious, but there was also a hint of excitement. He unsheathed his sword again. It vibrated faintly, and a soft sword hum sounded, as if it was also expressing Chernzong's excitement. "Get out of the way. Otherwise, the Monster Dragon Tribe will only suffer more casualties," Chernzong said softly, his voice full of killing intent. "Humph, you dare to leave after killing a dragon from our tribe? Even if we kill you here, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court won't be in the right," a third realm monster dragon said angrily. Immediately, the demon dragons attacked one after another. They opened their mouths and spat out dark green flames. The flames were filled with poison and were extremely frightening. If a second realm cultivator was caught in the flames, they would be reduced to ashes immediately. Even if they were not caught in the flames, they would be poisoned to death just by smelling the scent. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this dark green poisonous flame was. Chernzong's expression was extremely solemn. If he was affected, he would not feel good either. "That demonic dragon just now didn't force me to use my full strength. Now I have to fight with all my strength," Chernzong thought to himself. He immediately exerted his full strength, and his primordial spirit appeared behind him. Previously, before he had returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chernzong's primordial spirit Dharma power was only 10 feet in size. After 30 years of cultivation, his strength had increased continuously, and his primordial spirit Dharma power had also increased in size to 30 feet. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Image Realm's Divine Image was 90 feet in size. The strength of a Divine Image Realm cultivator was determined by many factors, such as the cultivation realm, the level of martial arts techniques, the comprehension of the Great Tao, the power of Ao Wu, and so on. In the end, it was the Divine Image that was displayed. Only by activating the Divine Image could one completely unleash all their power. After releasing the primordial spirit Dharma power, the power of the Great Tao of the Heart and the power of the Sword Tao superimposed, causing Chernzong's strength to increase. However, this was not Chernzong's true full strength. What came next was sounds like steel bars cracking continuously rang out. Chernzong's body also began to expand. The robe that the Nine Heavens armor had transformed into seemed to have incredible tenacity and actually began to stretch along with it. In a short span of time, Chunzong's body directly changed from a height of less than 2 meters to a size of 30 feet. A giant. Divine image. In the divine image realm of Qi cultivation, one's primordial spirit had turned into a Dharma power, which was called a divine image. In the divine image realm of body cultivation, one's own primordial spirit and great Tao power, as well as the part of the primordial spirit that belonged to body cultivation, were completely shattered and completely integrated into one's body. The power of the Wei domain was also completely integrated into one's body. All the power returned to one's body and spirit. In this way, the divine image realm of body cultivation was created. It seemed similar to the way of body cultivation in the void, but there were also the most fundamental differences. In the way of body cultivation in the void, the spiritual soul was a weak point. Because of the lack of defense, once targeted, the consequences would be very serious. However, in the way of body cultivation in the universe, the spiritual soul would be completely integrated into one's body along with the primordial spirit and all the other powers. As a result, the defensive power of the spiritual soul would not be inferior to that of Qi cultivation, and it would not become an obvious weakness. Chunzong's body was now 3 feet tall, and his primordial spirit Dharma power was also 3 feet tall. It floated behind Chunzong, and was a head taller than his body. It looked like a double shadow, and there was an indescribable mystery to it. The sword in his hand also became larger due to the activation of the way of body cultivation. It was suitable for a divine image of 30 feet in size. Power. An extremely powerful power surged endlessly in his body. That power emerged from the primordial spirit Dharma power and poured into his body. Like a long river, it flowed back into the primordial spirit Dharma power and condensed into one, forming a large cycle. Under this cycle, the power of Qi cultivation and body cultivation was superimposed, and it was equivalent to the effect of the supreme Lingwu technique. Unfortunately, Chunzong was still unable to superimpose the power of the 3 great paths, let alone merge them. Otherwise, Chunzong's combat power would be even more powerful. Under the activation of the Qi cultivation and body cultivation Dharma power, Chunzong's power surged. He slashed out with his sword, and the green sword intent was like a strong wind. It was filled with a violent and domineering aura, as if it was going to cut through everything between heaven and earth. Divine wind slash. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. With one slash, it immediately cut through the dark green poisonous flames in front of it. The sword light was incomparably domineering. Chunzong became one with his sword. As he rushed forward, he slashed at the demonic dragon with a murderous intent. The demonic dragon was shocked and immediately retreated. However, the demonic dragons on its left and right also attacked. Their tails were like long spears that pierced through the air. The demonic dragon behind them instantly closed in. Since they wanted to fight, they would fight to their heart's content. Heart fire burn. Thunder force. 9-fold mixed kill. Divine wind slash. Another slash was made, and its attack power was the most domineering. It should be known that this slash was the result of Chunzong's continuous comprehension. He also integrated all the essence of Chun Xiu's understanding of the way of slashing. This made this slash purer and more domineering. It was also because of this that Chunzong changed the name of this slash from the original Vanishing Wind slash to the Divine Wind slash. It represented a kind of upgrade and qualitative change. Divine Wind slash. The Divine Wind slash pressed forward with indomitable will. That was a kind of belief. Yes, Chun Xiu only slashed once out of thousands of swords. The mystery of being able to constantly break the limit and continuously improve was due to belief. Unparalleled belief. There was nothing between heaven and earth and in the void that could not be cut. If there was, then he would slash again. Of course, Chunzong's path was different from Chun Xiu's. He would not continue to study the way of slashing. However, He could learn from it and integrate its essence into himself. Under this a demonic dragon could not resist and was directly cut in half. Dark red blood splashed in the sky and sputtered in all directions, but it also angered the other demonic dragons. The dark green demonic flames, the thunder-like long spears, the extremely sharp claws that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, all kinds of attacks came madly from all directions. They wanted to penetrate Chen Zong, tear him into pieces, and turn him into ashes. However, Chen Zong cultivated both qi cultivation and body refining at the same time. Under the stimulation of the divine form, he had an amazing defense. In addition, the 9 Heaven Soldier armor's robe weakened the attacks and his own dodging skills, and so on. He did not suffer any injuries. The feeling of walking on the edge of life and death made Chen Zong very excited. His 30-foot-tall body was full of tyrannical power. His sword, which was more than 10 feet long, also had amazing power. Suddenly, Chen Zong slashed out with his sword, creating a roaring wind. It was like the wind had gathered to form a long river. It circled around and surged continuously, like a raging wave hitting the shore. It was also like a huge whirlwind that directly surrounded Chen Zong. Ao Wu, whirlwind style. This move was an Ao Wu that Chen Zong had obtained from the Sutra Depository of the Taoist Alliance. After cultivating it, he had improved it to make it more compatible with his body. This move was also a defensive Ao Wu. Once it was used, its power turned into a whirlwind that circled around him, resisting all attacks from all directions. However, under the siege of the demonic dragons, the power of each attack was very terrifying. It immediately broke the whirlwind and rushed toward Chen Zong. Whirlwind rotation. In an instant, Chen Zong's body seemed to spin rapidly. He turned into a whirlwind and rushed out of the siege of the demonic dragons. His sword light flashed across the sky and attacked another demonic dragon. Chen Zong never showed mercy to his enemies. Another demonic dragon was killed by Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong did not have it easy either. These demonic dragons were not to be trifled with. They were very powerful. Under the siege of the demonic dragons, Chen Zong was under great pressure. Even Chen Zong was hit by the attacks. Fortunately, with the weakening of the 9 Heaven Soldier armor's power and his own body refining, his body was strong. Under the body refining divine form, his defense became even more amazing. Hymn of the Wind. Under the light of the divine will, the power of the sword was even more amazing. It directly shocked and killed. Another demonic dragon was killed. Kill, kill, kill. Those who stop me will die. This feeling of satisfaction made the blood in Chen Zong's body boil and burn, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. On his glabella, 7 sword patterns flashed with dazzling light. Each of them was filled with an amazing sharpness. That was the aura of the sword principle. 4 divine patterns of the Great Path, full of mysterious aura, appeared on the primordial spirit Dharma form. They were the patterns of the Tao of the heart. The combination of the sword principle and the Tao of the heart made each of Chen Zong's sword moves feel fleeting and unpredictable. Immediately, the 4 patterns of the Tao of the heart converged. On Chen Zong's body refining divine form, 4 divine patterns appeared. They were the patterns of the Tao of the world. Heavenly Wind Slash. When the sword slashed out, it was the combination of the power of the sword principle and the Tao of the world. It lacked the elusive magic of the Tao of the heart, but it had a kind of dignified and domineering power. Chen Zong immediately found that the power of the Divine Wind Slash seemed to have increased a little. The Divine Wind Slash focused on the power of a frontal attack. Its power was extremely strong, like a divine wind, unparalleled and domineering. The Tao of the world also focused on the impact of a frontal attack. It was the most suitable way to perform it. Chapter 2491. Dark red blood splashed across the sky, splashing in all directions. Another demonic dragon was killed, and its enormous corpse fell from the sky. Demon dragons had wings on their backs and could fly in the air. Although divine aspect realm cultivators could not really fly in the air, it was not a problem for them to stay in the air for a short while. Damn 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciples. In the distance, an even larger demonic dragon's eyes were burning with flames of anger. It looked over from afar. That anger seemed to want to burn Chen Zong to ashes. Don't be rash. Another demon dragon beside it was relatively calm, although its eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Don't give the 9 Heavens Imperial Court any reason. Although the Demon Dragon clan had 5th Realm Demon Dragon Kings holding the fort, there were only 3 5th Realm Demon Dragon Kings. However, there were many 5th Realm strong practitioners in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. In fact, there were even 6th Realm strong practitioners. The difference between the Demon Dragon clan and the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in terms of foundation and strength was simply too big. Until now, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had not broken the agreement between the two parties, so the Demon Dragon clan could not do that either. Otherwise, they would be provoking the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. By then, not only would the 3rd Realm Demon Dragons die, even the 3 Great Demon Dragon Kings would die. More seriously, their entire clan would be wiped out. Since ancient times, there had been cases of many clans in Heaven Continent being annihilated because they had angered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, they had to control themselves. Of course, if Chen Zong was killed by a 3rd Realm Demon Dragon, these 4th Realm Demon Dragons would definitely not be angry at all. They would only feel satisfied. All intelligent beings were like this. Everyone would think of their own interests first. Chen Zong killed 9 demon dragons consecutively, but 2 more wounds appeared on his body. The wounds were closed by his strong physique, but they were very clear. After continuous fierce battles, his strength was constantly depleted. He felt extremely satisfied, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. Chen Zong enjoyed it very much. The way of the sword and the way of the heart overlapped to cast the Ao Wu, while the way of the sword and the way of the world overlapped to cast the Ao Wu. The constant switching allowed Chen Zong to find a more suitable application. The Ao Wu that was executed by superimposing the Tao of the heart with the Tao of the sword had the sharpness of the Tao of the sword as well as the wonders of the Tao of the heart. It was erratic and unpredictable, making it even more difficult to dodge. On the other hand, Ao Wu, which was executed by superimposing the sword Tao with the world Tao, became upright and upright. It suppressed and attacked head-on, and its power was astonishing. The 2 usages each had their own merit. Chen Zong's continuous use of Ao Wu made his combat skills more diverse. Even if it was the same Ao Wu, it would give birth to different styles. It was even to the extent that Chen Zong gained a trace of inspiration. It was the inspiration of stacking the way of the sword, the way of the heart, and the way of the world. If he could stack them together, Chen Zong's strength would rise a step further. As expected, actual combat, especially a life-and-death battle, was the best way to test one's potential. However, Chen Zong also knew that he couldn't continue fighting. This was because there were more auras of demon dragons approaching from afar. It wasn't very difficult to kill the mission target for this mission. The difficulty lay in how to escape after killing the mission target. The demon dragons would definitely not sit back and do nothing. The 3rd Realm Demon Dragons would definitely move out to deal with him. Even if they had to surround him, they would still make him stay. This didn't violate the agreement with the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. If he continued fighting, he would only have his sword and no reinforcements. He also didn't have the strength of an invincible 3rd realm. On the other hand, the demon dragons would constantly send reinforcements. This was extremely disadvantageous for him. If he wasn't careful, he would die here. If that happened, he might even lose his life, let alone the mission. Not wanting to continue fighting, Chen Zong started to think of an escape route. Charge. Burst of power. Whirlwind spin. In an instant, Chen Zong executed the secret technique of speed to the maximum. He turned into a whirlwind and swept forward. His speed was astonishing and his momentum was mighty. Trying to escape? Stay. The demon dragons were enraged and chased after him frantically. However, Chen Zong was determined to leave. Naturally, he wouldn't stop. Although he couldn't really fly, his speed was extremely fast with the help of the whirlwind. On Demon Dragon Island, there was a realm gate palace built by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As long as one entered the realm gate palace, they would be safe because the demon dragons couldn't enter the realm gate palace. Of course, a fourth realm demon dragon might be able to break into the realm gate palace. However, doing so would only anger the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and cause them to suffer heavy losses. The losses outweighed the gains. After so many years, the demon dragons had long been clear about the pros and cons. Balls of dark green demon dragon poisonous flames pierced through the air and attacked, but Chen Zong kept dodging them. Their tails pierced through the air and shot down from above, but Chen Zong also avoided them. However, Chen Zong couldn't completely avoid them. There would always be a time when he would be hit. He could only use the Nine Heavens soldier armor robe to reduce the power of the attacks by 10%. He also had the protective power of the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique to block them, and his own body refining, chi refining, and godly form to block them. Chen Zong had already cultivated the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique to the 3rd level. His skin was covered with 3 layers of invisible protective power. Its defensive power was amazing. Burn. Chen Zong's power seemed to be constantly burning. The consumption was astonishing, but in exchange for the superb speed of the whirlwind spin secret technique. Under the constant pursuit, the outline of the Realm Gate Palace appeared in front of them. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. He saw the hope of escaping. However, the demon dragons were furious because they also saw the Realm Gate Palace. Kill him! Don't let him enter the Realm Gate Palace. The demon dragons roared angrily. Get out of the way! A brutal and cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like cold thunder. In an instant, a huge light shadow flew from afar at an astonishing speed. It was extremely fast, and it carried with it a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It directly passed through the demon dragons and rushed towards Chen Zong. It was extremely fast. Moreover, that aura was extremely powerful. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Everything would be destroyed. Chen Zong's expression changed drastically. This aura made him tremble. However, that aura was still at the level of the 3rd realm. It had not broken through to the 4th realm. It was obviously a powerful demon dragon at the peak of the 3rd realm. Chen Zong could not avoid this attack. He could not avoid it either, because once he dodged, his speed would decrease. It was very likely that he would be surrounded again. If he was surrounded again, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Take it head-on. Chen Zong chose to take this terrifying attack head-on. He fully mobilized his power to form a defense. Boom! In an instant, the Nine Heavens soldier robe was torn and shattered by the terrifying power. It was completely unable to withstand and could not be repaired. Then, the power of the 1st layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique was shattered. The power of the 2nd layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique was shattered. The power of the 3rd layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique was shattered. The power of the 3rd layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique was shattered. Chen Zong's primordial spirit Dharma power was shattered in an instant. Then, his refined body Dharma power was also hit. In that instant, Chen Zong felt as if his body was being destroyed. The excruciating pain was indescribable, and he spat out blood continuously. However, Chen Zong was still alive. In that instant, he used the power of the terrifying attack to rush towards the Realm Gate Palace at an extremely fast speed. From afar, it looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, dragging a long flame tail. In the flame tail, there seemed to be drops of blood sputtering out, shining brightly under the light. In an instant, Chernzong rushed into the Realm Gate Palace. His body hit the hard ground and suddenly bounced up. He rolled forward a few times before coming to a stop. His limbs were spread out and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there was a faint blood foam. His face was pale and his breath was disordered. He had been seriously injured, but he had survived. Chernzong could not help but let out a carefree laugh. The battle with the demon dragons had been very satisfying. It had made him more proficient in his fighting technique. He had also found a trace of opportunity to superimpose the power of the three great paths. The power of the last attack was terrifying. Fortunately, he had various defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into pieces and died an unnatural death. Now, he had survived. However, his injuries were very serious. Chernzong endured the pain in his body and took out an elixir to relieve his injuries. It was a pity. If he could still use the sword world, he would not be in such a sorry state. However, since his cultivation had broken through to the third realm, the world domain had been integrated into his body and could no longer become the heart of the world. Naturally, he could not use the sword world. He could only slowly comprehend it in the future and see if it could be used again. Outside the Realm Gate Palace, the demonic dragons had surrounded it. The extremely powerful third realm demonic dragon was extremely furious. It could feel that its attack had killed that Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciple. Anger! Anger! It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of scorching dark green demon dragon poisonous flames. It directly bombarded the Realm Gate Palace, as if it wanted to destroy and burn the Realm Gate Palace. Unfortunately, this kind of power could not do anything to the Realm Gate Palace. It was blocked directly and could not break through the Realm Gate Palace's defenses, unless it had the power of the fourth realm. In the end, the demon dragons could only leave with a belly full of anger. In the Realm Gate Palace, Chernzong refined the elixir. His injuries were alleviated and slowly recovered. He continued to take elixirs. After his injuries had recovered by 60 to 70%, Chernzong passed through the Realm Gate and returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Once he returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, his injuries healed several times faster because the universe vitality in the sixth heaven was richer and purer. Chernzong immediately handed in the mission. With the Nine Heavens Rings record, the mission was handed in very quickly. Thus, Chernzong also received a reward, Nine Heavens General Set. Of course, one could not get the reward just by completing the mission. This Nine Heavens General Set was something that any Divine Aspect Realm disciple was qualified to receive. However, one had to complete a mission first. It was equivalent to a test. After all, the value of the Nine Heavens General Set was much higher than the Nine Heavens Soldier Set. It was more precious and limited in quantity. Chernzong quickly refined the general armor and transformed it into a sword robe. The Nine Heavens Soldier's sword robe he was wearing had reached its limit after withstanding the terrifying attack from the peak of the third realm demon dragon. It could not be repaired and was directly destroyed. The Nine Heavens Soldier armor could weaken the attack by 10%, while the Nine Heavens General armor could weaken the attack by 20%. An additional 10% was like an additional layer of protection. As for the original Nine Heavens blade, Chernzong wanted to return it to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The new Nine Heavens blade was at the general level and could increase the attack power by 20%, surpassing the power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword. If Chernzong wielded the Nine Heavens General Sword, his attack power would be increased further. It was equivalent to his ability becoming stronger in an invisible way. Once the mission is completed, I will have more than 100 years to cultivate in peace. The direction of my cultivation from now on is to combine the power of the three great Daos, Chen Zong thought to himself. Of course, he could not neglect other aspects of his cultivation. He would set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Chapter 2492. Chen Zong's current feeling was exactly what he was feeling right now. Within the Heart Sword Palace, Chen Zong was in seclusion, sorting out his gains from the battle on Demon Dragon Island. The first gain was that he could switch between the path of heart and the path of sword and the path of world and the path of sword. The same sword technique and Ao Wu would have different performances, allowing him to have more variety in his move. The second gain was that he had found an opportunity to combine the three great paths. How to combine them? The inspiration that Chen Zong found was to combine the path of heart and the path of world at the same time with the path of sword as the center. The path of heart was different from the path of world. One was mysterious and unpredictable, changing or not depending on the heart. The path of world was filled with shocking power, suppressing and crushing everything. If one had to describe it, the path of heart was like the wind and the path of world was like the earth. The wind moved and the earth was stable. Although these two were not as opposite as light and darkness, water and fire, it was difficult to combine them. If they were directly combined, they would not be related to each other. Only by using the path of sword as a buffer could they be combined. However, this was only a trace of inspiration that Chen Zong had obtained in the battle. Whether he could do it was still unknown. He could only study it further. Half a month later, Chen Zong came out of seclusion. He had digested all his gains from the battle. He had further understanding of how to combine the three great paths, but it was still not enough. It was still in theory. Battle! I need more battles to apply and break through in battle. Chen Zong immediately moved and headed towards the battle tower, planning to use the power of the battle tower to train himself. Now, Chen Zong's cultivation was in the middle level of the divine phase realm, not reaching the upper level. Therefore, the opponents in the battle tower were also in the middle level of the divine phase realm. On the first level, the opponents were normal middle level of the divine phase realm. They were no match for Chen Zong and were defeated in one strike. On the second level, the opponents were also in the middle level of the divine phase realm, but their strength was obviously stronger. However, they were still no match for Chen Zong and were easily killed. On the third floor, the opponent's strength was even more tyrannical. He could easily kill an ordinary mid-level divine phase realm expert, but he still wasn't Chen Zong's opponent. On the fourth level, Chen Zong felt the pressure, a very strong pressure. Fight. A fierce battle. At the middle level of the divine phase realm, Chen Zong's strength hadn't reached its peak yet. He was fighting crazily with his opponents on the fourth floor. In this kind of high-intensity battle, he was borrowing the pressure of his opponents to train himself. He tried to use the power of the sword Dao as a buffer, stacking the power of the Dao of heart and the Dao of the world together. His first attempt failed. Chen Zong suffered the counterattack of the three great Daos and was instantly injured. Then, his opponent seized the opportunity to kill him. Outside the battle tower, Chen Zong did not leave. Instead, he entered the fourth level of the battle tower and continued to battle. The second failure. The third failure. Chen Zong was not discouraged at all. Although he was defeated every time, he continued to find clues in this crazy battle and began to step into it little by little. On his 18th attempt, on the fourth floor of the battle tower, Chen Zong stacked the power of the three great Daos again. In an instant, a small part of the three great Daos successfully stacked together, causing the sword to tremble unconsciously. It was as if it had suddenly endured an overbearing power. Divine wind slash. The sword slashed out. It was only the third level Ao Wu, but it erupted with an even more terrifying power. It instantly cut through the opponent's attack. The slash arrived with irresistible force and killed his opponent. Looking at his opponent dissipating, Chen Zong immediately revealed a smile. I finally succeeded. Chen Zong thought to himself, but it's still not enough. I've only just grasped the basics. The stacking power is only enough to activate one AO Wu. I must stack all of them together before it can be considered perfect. Continuing to battle, Chen Zong stepped into the 5th floor. Unfortunately, the opponent on the 5th floor was much stronger than the opponent on the 4th floor. Chen Zong was completely suppressed. Even if he displayed the stacking power of the 3 great Daos, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel vexed. At the 4th level, relying on the overlapped power of the 3 great Daos was sufficient to defeat his opponent. Thus, it was already difficult for him to obtain any tempering effect. However, at the 5th level, his opponent was too strong. The might of his sword could only cause a slight threat to his opponent and was unable to kill him. After the stacking power of the 3 great Daos, it would be exhausted. As such, he fell into a rather awkward situation. On the 4th floor, it was no longer useful for him to hone his skills. However, on the 5th floor, because his opponent was too strong, it was difficult for him to hone his skills. Chen Zong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The opponent he needed now should be between the 4th and 5th floor of the battle tower. Only then would he be able to hone his skills. Where could he find one? Chen Zong couldn't help but think hard. In the end, he thought of one of the 5 great secret realms, the Wild Beast Secret Realm. In the Wild Beast Secret Realm, there were countless wild beasts. The wild beasts didn't have much intelligence, only a terrifying bloodthirsty instinct. It was rumored that the wild beasts in the Wild Beast Secret Realm had part of the bloodline of the universe's fierce beasts, but it wasn't complete. Therefore, they had the terrifying combat power of the universe's fierce beasts, but they didn't have any intelligence. Making a prompt decision, Chen Zong immediately set off for the Wild Beast Secret Realm. The Wild Beast Secret Realm was different from the Spirit Charging Secret Realm. In the Spirit Charging Secret Realm, there were still cultivators, but in the Wild Beast Secret Realm, there were no cultivators. There were only countless wild beasts living and reproducing. If the mystery territory was broken and the berserk beasts inside rushed out, their numbers would be huge, and it would be a disaster for the Heaven continent. Fortunately, the berserk mystery territory was more important than the Spirit Rush mystery territory. Naturally, there would be experts from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court guarding it. As a true disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, especially a true disciple of the 6th Heaven, Chen Zong easily stepped into the Wild Beast Secret Realm. The aura here seemed to be very wild, and there was a restless feeling at all times. If one stayed for a long time, they might be affected by the aura and become irritable. However, in the beginning, the effect could be said to be negligible. The wild beasts in the Wild Beast Secret Realm were divided into 3 levels: low level, mid level, and high level. The low level was equivalent to the 2nd realm of cultivation, the mid level was equivalent to the 3rd realm, and the high level was equivalent to the 4th realm. Cultivators in the God Concentrating Realm were not allowed to enter the Wild Beast Secret Realm because it was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they would die inside. Only cultivators in the 3rd realm were qualified to enter. In this secret realm, wild beasts were almost everywhere. As soon as Chen Zong appeared, he could feel several wild and violent auras spreading out without restraint and rushing in all directions. Chen Zong did not pay attention to the wild beasts that were emitting auras. Although their auras were strong, they were only in the 2nd realm. They were not worthy of his attention. Search. Chen Zong moved quickly and searched for mid-level wild beasts. Soon, he found a few mid-level wild beasts of the 3rd realm. He attacked, fought, and killed them. Even though they were all mid-level wild beasts, there were differences in strength. The average mid-level wild beast was equivalent to a low-level divine aspect realm beast. The stronger wild beasts had the combat strength of a peak divine aspect realm beast. They were very terrifying. It was not an easy task to find a suitable mid-tier wild beast to be his opponent. While Chernzong was searching for a suitable opponent, he was also pondering on how to best stack the 3 types of domain energy. Soon, Chernzong saw Chiat was also here. He was still holding the pair of dark gold maces in his hands, but the power it emitted was stronger. It had been upgraded from the soldier level to the general level. The increase in attack power had also increased from 10% to 20%. From afar, Chernzong could feel Chi's aura. It was very domineering, majestic, and ferocious. It made him tremble. Boom! Chi struck down with his maces. It looked like a simple strike, but it contained a terrifying power that shocked everyone. Level 4. No, it's not just level 4. It's level 5. Chernzong's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Right now, he had only comprehended a rank 3 profound martial art, but Ho had already grasped a rank 5 profound martial art. Although he wasn't sure if the rank 5 profound martial art he grasped was self-created or created by someone else, no matter which one it wasn't simple. After all, within a rank 5 profound martial art, there were at least 45 profound martial arts, or even more than 50 profound martial arts. It was not an easy task to cultivate them. Of course, if one wanted to create one, the difficulty would be even higher. The maces struck down like an ancient divine mountain. Under the dark gold light, all the wild beasts were crushed and turned into dust. Chernzong was shocked. What a terrifying strike! That strike was extremely domineering. Everything was crushed. It was terrifying. If he had faced that attack without any ability to resist, he would have been directly smashed into pieces, turned into powder, and disappeared completely. Terrifying. Chi's strength was just too terrifying. Chernzong's expression was very serious. How could it be? When they were in the spirit focus realm, although Chi's strength was much stronger than his, he did not feel like he could not resist at all. Is the talent of the origin race really so strong? Chernzong could not help but mumble to himself. Then, he shook his head. Maybe the talent of the origin race was really shocking. Once they reached the divine phase realm, they would be able to display it further. However, not all of them were like that. Chi was at the top of the origin race. If it was an ordinary origin race, even if they broke through to the divine phase realm and displayed their talent further, they would not be able to reach this level. Pressure. Chernzong felt a pressure he had never felt before. After breaking through to the divine phase realm, he worked hard to cultivate. However, the gap between him and Chi did not shorten. Instead, it seemed to have stretched further. Previously, Chernzong was very surprised when he heard that Chi had entered the heavenly general ranking. In the 30 years that he worked hard to cultivate, there was also news about Chi. Chi's ranking on the heavenly general ranking kept rising. From the 900th place to the 600th place, his improvement was very shocking. In the origin race, Chi was known as the #1 genius. He was also known as a monster. Countless geniuses were overshadowed by him. For example, Green Nightmare, Deng Xing, Sui Han, etc. They were all top geniuses. However, compared to Chi, they were obviously one level lower. My background is not as good as theirs. My innate talent may not be as good as theirs. However, I have an unyielding heart and unparalleled belief. Chernzong took a deep breath and said to himself. Although he was frightened by Chi, Chernzong was not affected by it. Instead, his fighting spirit was stimulated. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse. Chapter 2493. Chernzong was shocked by Zhao's strength, but at the same time, his fighting spirit and belief were stimulated. His opponent was so strong, and the stronger he got, the stronger he became. He could only strive to catch up and do everything he could. He absolutely refused to retreat and admit defeat. Unknowingly, Chen Zong felt that his Tao of heart seemed to be fluctuating, and he faintly had the feeling of breaking through. However, this feeling only flashed by, and he didn't immediately break through. After killing the berserk beasts, Ming also noticed Chen Zong's aura. His innate Yuan King body was very sensitive to vital qi. As he looked around, his eyes seemed to contain a dark golden divine light. The moment their eyes met, Chen Zong could not help but tremble. He felt a boundless pressure that made his hair stand on end. Strong. It was simply too tyrannical. However, Zhao was not interested in Chen Zong, nor did he want to settle the score of the heavenly spirit fruit. His figure flashed and he escaped. In his opinion, Chen Zong was no match for him at all, and he was not qualified to fight with him. As for the matter of the heavenly spirit fruit, it was up to their own abilities. There was nothing to be calculative about. After Zhao left, Chen Zong's back was drenched in sweat. At that moment, he thought Zhao would attack, and even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to block Zhao's attack. The sense of urgency in his heart grew stronger, and it turned into a kind of motivation. Improve. He had to improve as soon as possible, or the gap would only grow bigger. When the gap grew to a certain extent, it would become a kind of moat, an abyss that could not be crossed, and it would lead to despair. It would be fine if he did not know, but now that he knew and had come into contact with it, he had to work hard to catch up. He could not fall behind others. It was like that in the void, and it was also like that in the universe. Battle, 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 endless battle, non-stop battle. He comprehended and sharpened himself in battle. The three kinds of great path strength had not been completely superimposed, but Chen Zong's mysterious fusion of swordsmanship had been further improved. Fusing 9 kinds of mysterious mysteries was the first level. Under the repeated use of heavenly wind slash, the mysterious fusion of 27 kinds of mysterious mysteries became 28 kinds, then 29 kinds, and finally 36 kinds. 4 times 9 36 meant that the divine wind slash had broken through its limit, rising from the 3rd order Ao Wu to the 4th order. Chen Zong's strength had increased imperceptibly. After that, Wind Extremity, Wind Mark, and Wind Chant also broke through one after another, reaching the 4th stage. While Ao Wu was improving, the superposition of the 3 great Tao powers was also slowly increasing. 10%, 20%, 30%. Gradually, it rose to 90%, and then 99%. However, the difference between 99% and 100% was the difference between incomplete perfection and perfection. Imperfection meant that there was a flaw, and a flaw meant that the power could not be used continuously. How can I achieve perfection? Chen Zong fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that even if he continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to break through. Thus, Chen Zong left the wild beast secret realm. However, he didn't return to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court immediately. Instead, he walked around the Wild Beast Island where the Wild Beast Secret Realm was located. Walking was also a form of cultivation. The sun rose and the moon set. Years passed without him noticing. Chen Zong had forgotten the passage of time. Mountains and rivers, life and death of plants and trees. Cultivation was also cultivation of the mind. Unknowingly, the 5th divine pattern of the path of heart was condensed. As Chen Zong continued to walk and observe, it became compatible with heaven and earth. The 5th divine pattern was also condensed. However, it was difficult to improve the path of sword that had already condensed 7 divine patterns. Under normal circumstances, the upper limit of the great Tao divine pattern was 9. This was the level that ordinary cultivators in the divine aspect realm could reach. However, there were also those who could break through the 10th, 11th, and 12th divine patterns. Breaking the limit was divided into the low extreme, high extreme, and super extreme. This was the same as the division of combat power in the void. In fact, the division of combat power in the void had been transmitted from the outside world a long time ago, which meant that it had been transmitted from another void. Chernzong had already condensed 7 divine patterns of the sword when he was in the middle level of the divine aspect realm. Compared to others, he was at a higher level. The difference between 7 and 9 was 2 divine patterns. However, Chernzong's cultivation had yet to reach the upper level of the divine aspect realm, let alone the peak level. Comprehending the great Tao would become more difficult the further one progressed. This meant that the condensation of the great Tao divine pattern was the same. The wind blew across the grassland, causing the grass to bend. However, it was also full of resilience, about to bounce back. The water flowed through the valley, endless and unstoppable. Flowing through the water, walking across the grassland, and crossing the mountains, Chernzong's knowledge was constantly increasing. His temperament was also constantly being tempered and stabilized. In front of him and under his feet was a desert. At a glance, it was a boundless golden sand. Under the light of the stars, it shone brightly. The wind blew and swept over, blowing the sand into the air. Then, the sand was lifted into the air. The wind and sand mixed, turning into gusts of sand that blew over. It became vast and mighty, sweeping through heaven and earth. Chernzong stared and was inexplicably touched. In an instant, the accumulation of the past few years seemed to be straightened out by an invisible hand. It was quickly straightened out. Bits of spiritual light appeared and gathered. The wind blew the sand rose, and the wind moved. The wind and sand mixed into a gust of sand that bubbled. You and me. Touched. Chernzong was greatly touched in an instant. If the power of the great Tao of the heart was described as wind, and the power of the great Tao of the world was described as sand, one was active and one was still, but they could also be combined. Moreover, the power of the great Tao of the sword could be used as a medium to connect the two. In an instant, the last bit of enlightenment and breakthrough occurred. 100%. Perfection. That feeling of perfection made Chernzong feel comfortable and satisfied. It was as if there were no gaps. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The power of the 3 great Tao superimposed and poured into the sword, turning into an invisible and colorless power that pierced through the air. It was just an ordinary slash, but it had astonishing power. Stronger. With my current ability, I wonder if I can pass the 5th level of the battle tower? Chernzong couldn't help but guess. After all, the 4 AoWu techniques that he created had all broken through to the 4th level, and his own strength had increased by a lot. As for the whirlwind technique, because it wasn't created by himself, it was a 3rd level AoWu technique from the start. Since the superimposition of the 3 great Tao powers has succeeded, it's time to go back, Chernzong said to himself. He would return to the Heart Sword Peak first, and then think carefully about what to do next. After witnessing Qi's super strength, Chernzong still felt a lot of pressure. It was urgent to improve, but he couldn't blindly try. He had to have a goal. Otherwise, he would only get half the result with twice the effort, and waste time and energy for nothing. All this time, he had relied on his own efforts and ability. Chernzong knew this better than anyone else. A clear plan for improvement was the most effective. Therefore, a short period of time. Rest and recuperation were for a better start, to go further and to climb higher. However, in the end, Chernzong didn't return to the Heart Sword Peak first. Instead, he went to look for Senior Lin Ming. Lin Ming had been in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for a longer time, and knew more. Perhaps he could give some suggestions for his current situation. Sure enough, after hearing Chernzong's question, Lin Ming fell into deep thought. He was surprised by Chernzong's speed of improvement, but also happy. Therefore, he couldn't give Chernzong any suggestions casually. He had to be cautious. It had to be of obvious help to Chernzong, and at the same time, it couldn't be too dangerous. Otherwise, not only would it not be of help, but it would also inadvertently harm him. Chunzong didn't rush and didn't interrupt Lin Ming's thoughts. Instead, he waited quietly. While waiting, Chunzong was also quietly cultivating and comprehending. He didn't let go of a single breath. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his realm, Chunzong had also cultivated the 33 heavens of heart to the 17th level. The Heart Sutra could now maintain the usual 6 wills of heart. However, the Heart Sutra still hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of 100 wills of heart. That was too difficult. One must know that eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan had only cultivated to the 3rd level of the Heart Sutra after a long time of settling down after his cultivation reached the peak of the magical power realm. As for the 4th level, he didn't know how long it would take. The 4th level of the Heart Sutra could only be achieved by Master Heart Dao Master. As for the 5th level, it was a concept and a theory that had yet to be created. Chunzong had never thought about the 5th level. After all, he hadn't even cultivated the 3rd level. There was still the 4th level above the 3rd level. If the 3rd level was already so difficult to cultivate, then what about the 4th level? It would be even more difficult to cultivate. But now, Chunzong had cultivated the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra to the level of 100 wills of heart. Unfortunately, Chunzong didn't dare to unleash the power of 100 wills of heart. Once unleashed, the power of his mind would pour out like a torrent that had been opened. The speed was too amazing, and he wouldn't have time to do anything else. In the end, it was because his power of mind wasn't strong enough. However, this could be slowly improved in the future. For now, the 10 wills of heart was enough for Chunzong. I'll go ask the palace master first and then inform you. In the end, Lin Ming said. Considering Chunzong's current situation, he had to improve Chunzong's strength as fast as possible without leaving any side effects. He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Asking the palace master was also because the palace master had a higher status, a higher cultivation level, and stronger strength. Perhaps he would know more information and so on. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior, Chunzong said with a smile. He immediately got up and left the Tao Alliance, returning to the Heart Sword Peak of the 6th heaven. Higher heavens cultivators could enter lower heavens at will and stay for as long as they wanted. However, lower heavens cultivators had to apply to enter higher heavens if they didn't have a certain status. Only after the application was approved could they enter. Moreover, the time they could stay was limited. After Chunzong returned to the Heart Sword Palace, he immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. He wanted to find out more about the situation first. Unexpectedly, before Senior Lin Ming sent any news, someone requested to visit him. Chunzong was secretly surprised by the visitor. He immediately allowed him to come. Not long after, the visitor arrived. He wore a black battle robe and a ferocious ghost mask. He had an unyielding aura. It was the War Devil from the Eternal Battle Fort. Chunzong sensed that the War Devil's aura had also broken through from the spirit condensation realm to the divine manifestation realm. However, his cultivation level was still at the low level of the divine manifestation realm. However, what was the purpose of his visit? Chapter 2494. The War Demon's visit was out of Chunzong's expectations. The purpose of the War Demon's visit also surprised Chunzong. The purpose was to join forces with Chunzong to obtain a fortuitous encounter together. After the War Demon broke through to the divine aspect realm and stabilized his cultivation, he left the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to train on one of the islands. On that island, the War Demon found a cave that had existed for an unknown number of years and entered it. There were guards in the cave. Only by defeating the guards could one obtain a fortuitous encounter. The War Demon couldn't break through, so after thinking about it, he found Chunzong and decided to join forces. It would be best if they succeeded, but if they failed, they would have to think of another way. The war demon invited him, but Lin Ming hadn't replied to Chen Zong yet. Chen Zong was tempted and immediately set off with the war demon. On Heaven Continent, where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located, there were hundreds of islands other than the central mainland. These islands were of different sizes. The bigger ones were half the size of the central mainland, while the smaller ones were less than 1%. Therefore, apart from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, there were many other forces, such as some clans, sects, and so on. Together, they formed Heaven Continent. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was the strongest, but there were also many strong cultivators in the other forces, including 5th and 6th level cultivators. There were also some strong cultivators from other places who would stay for a short while and even leave behind a cave. Occasionally, there would be people who found the ancient cave left behind by their predecessors and entered it by chance. Of course, some people could obtain a fortuitous encounter, while others couldn't. Of the hundreds of islands, more than half had a gateway to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There were a few that didn't, mostly because their levels were too low and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court didn't want to waste resources. The cave that the war demon found was on one of the islands that didn't have a gateway. The two of them could only go to the neighboring island through the gateway and travel with their own speed. Fortunately, although the divine aspect realm wasn't considered strong in Heaven Continent, it wasn't weak either. They had the basic qualifications to travel. Besides, the two of them were geniuses. Their strength wasn't something an ordinary divine aspect realm cultivator could compare to. Since they had the intention to hurry on their way, they naturally wouldn't stop and waste time. Besides that, they were worried that others would notice the abode during this period of time and seize the fortune within the abode first. So they couldn't be delayed. Between the island continents there was a void zone. Without a strength at the fourth realm, it was impossible to cross it. Fortunately, there were people who specialized in such businesses. Using some sky-crossing flying ships to travel back and forth, they only had to pay some Cosmos God crystals as a fee. On the 100-meter-long flying boat, Chen Zong and the War Devil each sat in a corner of the deck. They didn't talk to each other. With the help of the One Heart Sutra, Chen Zong continued to cultivate even when he was on the road. It could be said that the One Heart Sutra was one of the trump cards that allowed him to surpass the other sky prides. Although comprehending all the time wouldn't allow Chen Zong to break through immediately and advance by leaps and bounds, it could accumulate unceasingly. Chen Zong's accumulation became more and more vigorous. The moment the opportunity arrived, he would be able to break through and become stronger. Strictly speaking, Chen Zong was well aware of his own cultivation talent. Although it was considered top-notch in the void, it wasn't the highest. Moreover, he had come to this vast universe, where many top-notch geniuses from the three great sequences of the void had gathered. There were even more astonishing members of the origin race. Among them, his cultivation talent could only be considered decent. If he relied on his cultivation talent, he would eventually vanish into the crowd. However, Chen Zong also had his own strong points, and that was his comprehension ability. His superhuman comprehension ability could be said to be the best in the void since ancient times. Perhaps in the vast universe, his comprehension ability couldn't be said to be the best, but it could still be considered top-notch. Even if there were people whose comprehension ability surpassed his, there were very, very few of them. His super-high comprehension ability, his indescribable affinity with swords, and the help of the 33 heavens of the mind and the One Heart Sutra, it was as if he had the help of God. Chen Zong advanced by leaps and bounds. He was the best among his peers in the void, and no one could compare to him. Even his senior brother Luo Beichuan was far inferior to him when they were at the same level. In the universe, the 33 heavens of the mind and the One Heart Sutra were also suitable. This was where Chen Zong's foundation lay. Otherwise, after seeing Qi's amazing strength and knowing Qi's monstrous talent, Chernzong wouldn't have thought of catching up or even surpassing him. Just based on his imagination? That would be Yelong's arrogance and ignorance. However, Chernzong had never been an arrogant and ignorant person. On the contrary, he was very self-aware. It was precisely because he was self-aware, fully aware of his own abilities and confidence, that he dared to have the thought of catching up. The fight between geniuses wasn't a fight for a moment, but for a lifetime. If one didn't have this kind of understanding and only thought of surpassing everyone and being invincible, it would be impossible. It would only mess up one's mind. Accumulation. Continuous accumulation. Accumulation in daily life, bit by bit. When the accumulation reached the extreme, it would naturally usher in a breakthrough. When one's cultivation reached the divine phase realm, if one didn't have enough external help, it would be even more difficult to raise it. If Chernzong hadn't taken the 8 heavenly spirit pellets, his current cultivation would still be at the low level of the divine phase realm. It could be seen how amazing the heavenly spirit pellet was. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit pellet was made of the heavenly spirit fruit, and the heavenly spirit fruit could only be found once in 1,000 years. In the heaven continent, there was only one heavenly spirit treasure tree that could produce heavenly spirit fruit. It was in the spirit-rushing secret territory, owned by the 9 heavens imperial court. Each time, it could only produce 99 heavenly spirit fruits at most. Sometimes it didn't even produce that many. 3 days later, the space-crossing airship finally arrived. Chernzong and the War Devil quickly disembarked. Under the War Devil's guidance, they flew towards the cave. After passing through a dense forest and crossing over a mountain, they stepped into a valley filled with rugged rocks of strange shapes. The cave the War Devil had found was in this valley. The entrance of the cave looked a little broken, as if half of it had collapsed. "Someone has been here," the War Devil whispered. The War Devil said in a low voice, "Because there were traces left behind, which were very fresh." Chernzong was also a little bit worried. Were they too late? The War Devil took the lead, and Chernzong followed behind. They quickly entered the cave. Going deeper and deeper, Chernzong and the War Devil felt a strong aura surging. Apparently, someone was fighting. They couldn't help but exhale in relief. If there was a fight, it meant that the opportunity inside was still there. They still had hope to fight for it. Of course, if the person who entered first was too strong, they could only give up the opportunity here. Protecting their lives was more important. However, from what they could sense, although the aura of the battle wasn't weak, it was still at the divine phase realm. Moreover, they didn't feel that they couldn't fight against it. This place was deep inside the cave. It was very spacious. 3 people were joining hands to besiege a man in armor. That man in armor was covered from head to toe. Only his eyes could be seen. They emitted a black and red light which was very dazzling. The man in armor was holding a thick broadsword. His aura was shocking, and his broadsword aura was overbearing. He forced the 3 to join hands, but they couldn't do anything to him. However, the man in armor didn't move because there was a half-meter tall door behind him. It was closed. It seemed to be guarding that door. Perhaps there was something behind the door. This protector won't leave this area. The plan failed. The 3 who joined hands didn't look good. Their plan was to lead the man in armor away, then go around to open the door and take the thing inside. However, the man in armor didn't move at all. He stood in place and firmly guarded the door. He only used the broadsword in his hand to resist the enemy. On the way, the War Devil had already explained the situation to Chernzong. Fight. The protector was too shocking. Even if he stood there without moving, just the large blade in his hand was able to block the 3 people who joined forces. They were unable to get past him. The defensive power of the armor on his body was extremely shocking. Even if he was hit, it would be difficult to break through. Only traces would be left behind, but those traces would slowly disappear and automatically recover. The three of us aren't strong enough. We have to find someone else. I know Brother Yang is on the neighboring island. Send him a message right now. Ask him to come here. Without hesitation, the three immediately retreated and put some distance between them and the man in armor. The man in armor didn't move at all. He didn't have any intention to chase after them. He firmly guarded the door behind him. Chen Zong and the War Devil showed up directly. Did they have to wait here for reinforcements, then defeat the Protector and open the door to take the opportunity inside? Of course not. Who is it? As soon as the three finished their message, they sensed Chen Zong and the War Devil's aura. Their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Who are you two? Get out of here. We found this place first. You two, we are true disciples of the Kongming sect. This is a test left by a predecessor of the Kongming sect. Please leave. Don't disturb us. The three spoke almost at the same time. I found this place first, the War Devil said coldly. The War Devil said coldly. This was the truth. However, after the War Devil had left to invite Chen Zong, the three true disciples of the Kongming cult had coincidentally discovered this place. Anyway, it didn't matter who found it first. The most important thing was to open the door and take the things inside. After all, there was a protector and the door was closed. There was an 80 to 90% chance that there was something inside. Moreover, it should be valuable. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to chase you away? Chen Zong said neither quickly nor slowly. His eyes were sharp, and his sword qi was threatening. That kind of sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the three disciples of the Kongming sect. They were secretly frightened. You are too arrogant. One of them sneered. He seemed to be disdainful of Chen Zong's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two seemed to have a tacit understanding. They directly attacked Chen Zong and the War Devil. One of them used words to attract the other's attention, while the other two suddenly attacked. Their cooperation was very good. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they had done this. In the past, they had used this method to kill many opponents, and the success rate was very high. Chapter 2495. His murderous aura exploded out in an instant. The terrifying double attack also arrived in an instant. But whether it was Chen Zong or the War Demon, they had been through countless life-and-death battles in the void. They were extremely experienced in battle. Their reactions were instinctive, and they reacted instantly. The War Demon punched out. Its fist power was extremely fierce. It had an indescribable dominance and a shocking battle intent. The War Demon's fist power was shattered. The War Demon was forced to retreat. The War Demon chased after him with a ferocious smile. On the other side, a sword light flashed. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The strong sword power split the War Demon's sudden attack and forced him to retreat. The person who had spoken to attract Chen Zong and the War Demon's attention also attacked. His spear was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its cave. It was fast and fierce, attacking Chen Zong. But Chen Zong slashed out a second time. The strong sword power broke through the air and smashed the spear light. The War Demon was forced to retreat. The third slash. The cyan sword power swept across the sky. The two true disciples of the Kongming cult, who had recovered and attacked again, were pushed back again. Their blood and qi were shaken, and they were slightly injured. On the other side, the War Demon was fighting fiercely with all his strength. If you don't leave now, you'll die. Chen Zong said coldly. An indescribable killing intent spread out. The two true disciples' expressions changed. They couldn't help but tremble. Chen Zong was not a homicidal maniac. He wouldn't kill people for no reason. This was his bottom line and principle. Even if he got into trouble because of this, he wouldn't go against his principles. If a swordsman couldn't even stick to his principles, he wouldn't be able to practice the sword. Sooner or later, he would mess up. Realizing that they were no match for Chen Zong, the two looked at each other and sent a message to each other. Then they called the third person and left immediately. But in fact, they didn't really leave. They just retreated outside the cave and waited for Brother Yang. Inside the cave, the war devil maintained its primordial spirit dharma and attacked the armored man first. The armored man reacted immediately. His broadsword sliced through the air. His broadsword was ferocious. It cut through the war devil's broadsword light as if it was going to cut it into pieces. He was no match for him. The war demon had already tried. He was no match for the warframe man, so he left to invite Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately drew his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed toward Yi Futian. It was a cyan sword aura, condensed like the wind. It was incomparably powerful and could split the sky and the earth. Divine Wind Slash. The might of the Type 4 Ao Wu was unleashed to the maximum at this moment. However, Chen Zong did not reveal his qi-refining and body-refining godly form. He only used the power of the qi-refining godly form. The saber and the sword clashed fiercely. The saber radiance was immediately shattered, and Chen Zong's sword also cut a mark on the armored man's body. However, there was no effect at all. Furthermore, the mark was fading at an astonishing speed. What an amazing defense! Chen Zong's pupils contracted in an instant. Such a defense was difficult to break. However, it wasn't as if there was no other way. He drew his sword and still used the Divine Wind Slash, because the opponent did not dodge. The Divine Wind Slash's frontal attack was the strongest. But this time, Chen Zong used the ninefold mixed killing mystic art to execute the Divine Wind Slash. The ninefold mixed killing technique, the third level, immediately transformed into 3 sword shadows. They continuously slashed at the same spot on the armored man's body at almost the same time. Such tyrannical power immediately broke the armor of the Warframe man, but the Warframe man's armor was broken. However, Chen Zong and the War Demon found that the armored man was not affected at all. Through the broken armor, they could see that the inside of the armor was made of countless metals, not flesh and blood. A puppet. This was a puppet. The saber slashed through the air with amazing power. Chen Zong did not want to take it head-on. Otherwise, he might be injured. He drew his sword. Divine Wind Slash. Chen Zong attacked again with the help of the ninefold mixed killing technique. Under the Heart Sutra, he constantly comprehended the mystery of Chen Xiu's slash and integrated it into the Divine Wind Slash, trying to improve the power of the Divine Wind Slash as much as possible. The comprehensive comprehension of the 6 essences of heart and the 6 essences of heart improved little by little, as if the time was greatly shortened. The efficiency increased by more than 10 times. The armored man did not move at all. Naturally, he had no intention of dodging. Facing the attack, he either blocked it with the saber in his hand. If he could not block it, he would block it with his own body. This way, Chen Zong did not have to think about how to hit the opponent. He only needed to focus on the sword and keep improving the power of the sword. Unconsciously, more and more mysteries of the sword were integrated into it, and the power was increasing step by step. 10 swords, 20 swords, 30 swords. The continuous use of the Divine Wind Slash allowed Chen Zong to gain a deeper understanding of it. Suddenly, he shook, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. All the mysteries of the Divine Wind Slash that Chen Xiu had comprehended were now fully grasped by Chen Zong and integrated into it. Slash. The cyan sword light seemed to be more condensed. Vaguely, there was an extremely violent aura spreading out. Invisibly, the power was further enhanced. However, it was still the 4th stage Aowu. Chen Zong knew that the Divine Wind Slash had changed. Although it was still the 4th stage Aowu, its power was stronger. especially the violent aura it contained. It was extremely tyrannical and terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. This was the mystery of the slash that Chen Xiu had comprehended. Only one slash, but it could slash and destroy everything. It was not appropriate to call this Ao Wu the Divine Wind Slash. It should be called the Fierce Divine Wind Slash. Fierce Divine Wind Slash. 9 layers of mixed slash. The dark cyan sword aura once again slashed through the air, immediately cutting it open and leaving a deep sword mark. Although the War Devil's strength was not as good as Chen Zong's, his eyesight was not bad. He could see that Chen Zong's sword was obviously the Ao Wu from before, and its aura had become more violent and tyrannical. It had improved. It had improved again. Indeed, it was an extremely terrifying talent in swordsmanship. Although the Divine Wind Slash was still the 4th stage Ao Wu, its cutting power was extremely strong. Therefore, its lethality was more obvious. On the other side, the War Devil interfered and finally cut the Guardian's body in half. After the Guardian's body was cut in half, it could no longer obstruct Chen Zong and the War Devil. The two of them looked over the Guardian's body and fixed their gazes on the half-meter-wide closed door. He pushed his palm forward. His energy surged and immediately opened the door. After the door was opened, there was a cabinet with 3 things on it. One was a black crystal, incomparably dark and deep. Its aura was restrained, and it was impossible to see what it was. However, the War Devil's gaze was directly attracted to it. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He only felt that the black crystal had an indescribable attraction to him. The other 2 things were a thin book. There was a thin book and a finger-length ancient sword. Chen Zong, I only want that, said the War Devil, pointing at the black crystal. In other words, the other 2 things belonged to Chen Zong. Okay. Chen Zong didn't know what the black crystal was, and he couldn't feel anything. If the War Devil wanted it, he would give it to him. Soon after, Chen Zong took the thin book and the finger-sized sword into his hands. The sword was cold to the touch. There seemed to be some mysterious patterns on it. For the time being, Chen Zong couldn't find anything else. He would study it later. The book was a Sword Principle Ao Wu. Do you want to copy this Sword Principle Ao Wu? Chen Zong asked the War Devil. Although the War Devil was practicing the saber, if he wanted, Chen Zong wouldn't hesitate to let him copy it. No. However, the War Demon shook his head. He practiced the saber, so perhaps the Sword Dao profound martial art could give him some inspiration. However, he felt that the pitch-black crystal would be of great use to him. Since he had obtained the pitch-black crystal and given the other 2 to Chen Zong, they belonged to Chen Zong. Since the War Devil refused, Chen Zong didn't say anything more. He opened the book and started to read. This Sword Principle Ao Wu had 3 movements. The first one was called Electric Light, the second one was called Flying Swan, and the third one was called Graceful Lightning. Chen Zong quickly opened the book. With his excellent comprehension, solid understanding of the Sword Principle, and the comprehensive analysis of the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong quickly grasped the surface of its mysteries. The first movement, Electric Light, and the second one, Flying Swan, were both level 6 Ao Wu. However, the third one, Graceful Lightning, was level 9 Ao Wu, which was much more powerful than the first 2. Level 6 Ao Wu. Chen Zong was shocked. The value of this move was extraordinary. As for the last one, level 9 Ao Wu, its value was even more shocking. It should be known that the higher level an Ao Wu was, the harder it was to create it. Not only did it have to integrate more mysteries, but it also had to reach a certain level in other aspects. Level 9 Ao Wu was already the strongest Ao Wu under normal circumstances. As for level 10 Ao Wu, it was an Ao Wu that broke the limit. The Graceful Lightning was level 9 Ao Wu, which was far beyond Chen Zong's current level. In his surprise, Chen Zong was also excited. He immediately started to comprehend the first movement, Sword Principal AO Wu Electric Light. Level 6 AO Wu had at least 54 mysteries. However, Electric Light contained more than 60 mysteries of swordsmanship. It belonged to the middle level of level 6 AO Wu. As for Flying Swan, it was not a swordsmanship, but a footwork. In addition to the 60 types of swordsmanship profundities, the lightning sword was based on speed. It pushed speed to the extreme. Once it was used, it would be like a bolt of lightning breaking through the sky. It pursued extreme speed, unparalleled speed. Under the comprehensive analysis and comprehension of the One Heart Sutra, Chun Zong was enlightened. To comprehend and cultivate this move, not only did one have to have sufficient attainments in the sword principle, one also had to reach a certain height in the comprehension and mastery of the mysteries of speed. Chun Zong had comprehended and mastered the 99 mysteries of swordsmanship. However, this was only a basic mastery. Now, only the mysteries of chopping could be considered to have reached a higher level. Therefore, Heavenly Wind Chop became Heavenly Wind Chop, which became Chun Zong's most powerful move. Even with the help of the One Heart Sutra, Chun Zong could not comprehend the mysteries of electric light, let alone practice it. However, Chun Zong did not give up. Even if he could not practice it now, he could continue to comprehend it. From there, he could further comprehend the mysteries of speed, strengthen his control and application, and reach a higher level. By then, there would be hope for him to practice it. Chapter 2496. With the opportunity in hand, Chun Zong and the War Devil naturally wouldn't linger. They immediately walked out of the cave. While walking, Chun Zong used the 6 intent realms of the heart to comprehend the lightning style. He comprehended and analyzed it comprehensively to increase the speed of the mysterious art. Comprehending and then controlling the mysterious art was the foundation. The next step was to comprehend the true meaning. For example, because of Chun Xiu, Shi Yan had continuously performed the mysterious art. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he had finally comprehended it completely and raised it to the level of the true meaning, which made the God Wind / become the God Wind /. The foundation of the mysterious art could support him to the 4th level of the AO Wu. If he wanted to reach the 5th level or even higher, he had to comprehend the mysterious true meaning. The AO Wu was the final product of the fusion of the Great Path Realm, the Mysterious Realm, and the Mysterious Realm. Without any of them, it couldn't be formed. If the level of any of them wasn't enough, it couldn't be raised to a higher level. What did you get in there? The 3 true disciples of the Kongming cult were guarding the entrance of the cave. Seeing Chun Zong and the War Devil appear, they immediately surrounded them and questioned them. "Get lost," the War Devil's voice was cold and harsh. "Do you want to die that badly?" Chun Zong replied with a question that was neither fast nor slow. His calm tone contained an indescribable killing intent, and its sharpness suffused the air, causing the 3 of them to feel a chill throughout their bodies. It seemed that so long as they continued to pursue the matter, Chun Zong would really kill them. The 3 of them couldn't help but shiver. They immediately retreated, not daring to surround Chun Zong and the War Devil. Without taking any action, Chun Zong and the War Devil left quickly. Seeing Chun Zong and the War Devil leaving, the 3 of them immediately stormed into the cave. Not long after that, they arrived at the cave. Seeing the small door open and the broken armor man, their faces changed dramatically. They were taken. Go after them. Wait a minute. That sword warrior is really strong. Even if we join hands, we can't defeat him. Quick, send the news to Senior Brother Yang, and send their images to Senior Brother Yang as well. Let's see if we can intercept them. They acted quickly and immediately sent out the news and the images of Chun Zong and the War Devil through a special method. The 3 of them rushed out of the cave and chased after Chun Zong and the War Devil. Of course, because of the difference in strength, they didn't dare to chase too close. They just followed from afar to ensure that they didn't lose track of him. They also maintained contact with senior brother Yang at all times. The treasure was actually taken away by someone else. On a sky-crossing airship, a red-robed man holding a spear revealed a somewhat playful smile. He was senior brother Yang by Xiuyang. After receiving the news, he immediately boarded the sky-crossing airship and was about to arrive. What a bunch of trash! Standing beside Bai Xiuyang was a woman in a blue robe. Her expression was cold and stern. She had a disdainful look on her face. She was talking about the 3 true disciples who had sent the message to senior brother Yang. Although they were all true disciples, there were still differences in strength. A powerful true disciple in the Kongming cult could kill a weak true disciple in a second with one strike. Although the 3 true disciples weren't the weakest in the Kongming cult, they belonged to the middle and lower levels. Not long after, the sky-crossing airship finally arrived at the airport. Bai Xiuyang and the blue-robed woman quickly got off the airship and immediately rushed towards the direction mentioned in the message at full speed. Opportunity. Treasure. It was fine if he didn't know. Now that he knew, he had to try his best to fight for it. It was one thing if he couldn't fight for it, but if he could, it definitely wouldn't be bad for him. It might even make him stronger. Cultivation was about fighting. If he didn't fight, how could he talk about cultivation? It was better to find a place to live in seclusion and raise flowers. He arrived in time and someone gave him the location. About half a day later, Bai Xiuyang found 2 figures that were 70 to 80% similar to the image. Stop! Bai Xiuyang burst out at full speed and chased after them. As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out like a dragon and directly intercepted the 2 people. What's the matter? Chen Zong stared at the red-robed young man holding a spear in front of him. His pupils contracted slightly. Threat. Pressure. This person wasn't weak at all. I am Bai Xiuyang from the Kongming cult. The red-robed young man squinted his eyes slightly. There seemed to be an expression of a smile, yet not a smile on his face. Not long ago, 3 true disciples of my Kongming cult discovered a cavern dwelling. In the end, you guys relied on your strength to snatch away the opportunity within the cavern dwelling. This method is too vile. You specially intercepted us just to say these few words of nonsense? Chen Zong unhurriedly replied. Humph, if you are tactful, immediately return the opportunity you snatched from my Kongming cult and take out 10,000 Cosmos God crystals as compensation. Otherwise, you guys will suffer a fate worse than death. The blue-robed woman by the side of Bai Xiuyang had a domineering expression and spoke with a cold tone. The opportunity is in my hands. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Chen Zong wasn't angered. He merely smiled and replied unhurriedly. You are courting death. The woman was infuriated. Her primordial spirit suddenly appeared, reaching a size of 6 meters. 4 frost Dao patterns condensed on it. She directly attacked, slapping the sky with her palm. Ice-blue light overflowed and a cold aura spread out in an instant, freezing the surroundings. It was as if everything within 100 meters had been frozen. Countless frosts spread out and a palm print appeared within it, suddenly blasting towards Chen Zong. This palm seemed to be forged from ice. Not only did it contain a shocking amount of power, it also contained an extremely terrifying coldness. Before the attack even arrived, the shocking palm pressure had already arrived, causing Chen Zong to feel a chill all over his body. It was as if his blood and qi were about to be frozen solid. Bai Xiuyang didn't make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from the side with a hint of ridicule. This was because he was confident in the blue-robed woman's strength. Middle-level Divine Phase Realm cultivation, 6 meters tall Divine Phase Realm in addition to the power of a 3rd-level Aowu. She was extremely tyrannical. Even with his strength, he had to take her seriously. Chen Zong's expression didn't change. He unsheathed his long sword and instantly attacked. This blue-robed woman's attack was different from the previous 3 true disciples of the Kongming sect. The 3 of them didn't have a strong murderous intent. Their purpose was still to injure Chunzong and the war demon. After all, they weren't sure about Chunzong and the war demon's background. However, this blue-robed woman's attack was a killing move. Her murderous intent was awe-inspiring. It was obvious that she didn't want to leave Chunzong any chance of survival. Chunzong had his own principles. He wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, when others wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be pedantic either. A 10-meter-tall primordial spirit appeared in an instant, spreading out an astonishing aura. 5 sword Dao patterns also condensed. To deal with his opponent, Chunzong didn't need to use his full strength. Windmark focused most on cutting. With one sword strike, the ice-blue palm print was immediately cut open. It carried an extremely frightening sword power and directly attacked, cutting the void apart. "Senior brother, save me." The blue-robed woman's expression changed greatly. The sword light was astonishing. It bloomed in front of her eyes and filled everything. The terrifying sword pressure made her feel like she was being torn apart. Her hair stood on end and she couldn't resist it for a while. In terms of strength, she wasn't as strong as Chunzong. In terms of life and death battle experience and adaptability, she wasn't as good as Chunzong. "Stop!" Bai Xiuyang's expression abruptly changed, and at the same time he shouted, he immediately attacked. His cultivation at the high level of the divine aspect realm was revealed, and a 40 feet tall primordial spirit Dharma idol appeared. 6 spear Dao divine marks appeared, and the spear suddenly trembled. It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and it was as violent as a thunderbolt. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it instantly shattered the sky. Powerful. The power of this spear was extremely powerful. It was like a 4th level AoWu. It carried its own power and was extremely frightening. If Chunzong insisted on killing the blue-robed woman, he definitely couldn't avoid this spear and would be killed directly. From this point, one could see Bai Xiuyang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He didn't attack Chunzong's sword, but Chunzong himself. If Chunzong resisted this attack, his junior sister would be killed. The power of the opponent's spear was astonishing. Chunzong didn't intend to resist it. The sword light turned into a violent slash. Divine Wind Slash. The power of this move had astonishingly reached the peak of rank 4 profound martial arts. As the sword slashed down, the deep cyan-colored sword aura shattered the vacuum and released an incomparably tyrannical aura. It stirred the void and rushed in all directions, causing Bai Xiuyang's expression to change in an instant. The sword aura and the spear force collided in an instant and suddenly exploded, rushing in all directions. The blue-robed woman was affected and immediately flew back. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her aura was weak. Just the impact alone caused her to be seriously injured. Chunzong only felt a powerful force bombarding him. His sword body trembled, and he directly took 5 steps back. On the other hand, Bai Xiuyang's spear body trembled and bounced back 3 steps. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. At the same time, the 3 Kongming cult's true disciples who were chasing behind also approached. When they saw the result of the collision between Bai Xiuyang and Chunzong, they were pleasantly surprised. As expected of senior brother Yang. He's too powerful. In the Kongming cult, Bai Xiuyang was ranked in the top 10 true disciples. Take another one of my spear. Bai Xiuyang was shocked in his heart as his spear had actually been blocked. Instantly, he exploded out once more as he took a step forward and became one with his spear. The spear suddenly trembled as it carried along an extremely terrifying lightning energy as it instantly tore through the sky and blasted out. 3 thunderous Dao patterns condensed in an instant and appeared on the primordial spirit Dharma idol, causing the power of the spear to skyrocket. This was the superposition of the power of the spear and the power of the thunder. Its power was much stronger than before, and it brought a greater threat to Chunzong. The blue-robed woman's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. She clenched her fists and secretly encouraged by Xiuyang. Her gaze towards Chunzong was filled with murderous intent and ferocious intent. The 7 divine sword Dao patterns completely appeared. Immediately, the 4 divine heart Dao patterns also appeared. The power of the 2 great Dao overlapped and became even more powerful. Although Bai Xiuyang's primordial spirit Dharma idol was 10 feet higher than Chunzong, in terms of great Dao power, it was inferior to Chunzong. The power of the fierce divine wind / became even more violent and domineering. The sword light flashed rapidly. The dark green sword aura seemed to have a kind of illusory feeling. When people stared at it, they would have a kind of unreal feeling. Although it was very slight, if one's mind was not strong enough, it would more or less be disturbed. It was not an attack of the divine will, but under the power of the heart Tao, it still had the ability to disturb one's mind. Another collision. An even more terrifying power surged out. The sword chi was rampant and the spear light attacked. It was as if everything around was shattered. Countless cracks were torn on the ground. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 2497. The collision created a shockwave that shook the ground. Boundless chi spread in all directions, as if it was going to tear the air apart. The Kongming sect's true disciples opened their eyes wide. They were astonished. Yang Baixio was pushed back 5 steps, 2 steps more than his opponent. It was the opposite of what had happened before. Yang Baixio was at the top of the divine aspect layer. His primordial spirit was 40 zhang tall, and he had used his full strength to release the 4th level Ao Wu. However, he couldn't gain the upper hand. He was even at a disadvantage. Yang Baixio looked serious. He was holding his spear with both hands. His chi was piercingly cold. He didn't attack again, he just stared at Chunzong. "Who are you? Where are you from?" asked Yang Baixio in a low voice. His opponent was obviously at the middle level of the divine aspect layer and his primordial spirit was only 30 zhang tall. He wasn't as strong as Yang Baixio in these 2 aspects, but his cultivation level was extremely high. He wasn't any weaker than Yang Baixio. It meant that his cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Not only that, his sword Dao had actually condensed 7 divine inscriptions, and another great Dao had condensed 4 divine inscriptions. His 4th level Ao Wu had reached the peak of the divine aspect layer. It was extremely powerful. All these proved that his opponent's background was definitely not ordinary. Maybe he came from a powerful sect that wasn't any weaker than the Kongming sect. Of course, it was also possible that he was an independent cultivator. In Tianshao continent there were many independent cultivators and geniuses. Apart from those who were already famous, there were also some new geniuses from time to time. With such a large number of cultivators, there was a high probability that geniuses would be born. Even independent cultivators could obtain all kinds of opportunities and become famous. "Defeat me or be defeated by me, you will know," said Chunzong with a faint smile. "How arrogant!" Yang Baixio's expression darkened, becoming colder and colder. Crackling sounds suddenly rang out, and around his body, silver lightning arcs as thick as hair suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, every lightning arc seemed to have absorbed the aura of thunder and lightning in the air, becoming even more violent and filling the air with astonishing power. Secret technique, wild lightning rotation. Above the 40 zhang tall primordial spirit, silver lightning arcs jumped and flickered, covering the whole area. Yang Baixio's aura skyrocketed. The spear pierced through the air. It was like a thunder dragon roaring, destroying everything. Its power was more than 50% stronger than before. Chunzong's eyes flashed and he slashed his sword. divine wind slash. But this time, Chen Zongzi used his secret technique, ninefold melee. The dark green sword energy slashed through the air, followed by 3 dark green sword shadows. Slash, slash, slash. The head of the thunder dragon was first slashed apart, followed by its body. The terrifying power that slashed the thunder dragon slashed towards Yang Baixio. The body of the spear was directly bent and slammed into Yang Baixio's body. It was also because of the defense of the spear that Yang Baixio's body was not directly slashed by the power of the sword. Even so, Yang Baixio still suffered a powerful impact. His sternum cracked and he was sent flying. The terrifying sword energy rushed into his body and wreaked havoc. He couldn't help but vomit blood, which splashed in all directions. Ninefold mixed kill. You are a true disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Yang Baixio retreated dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, he burst out with an even faster speed and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. He escaped. Unexpectedly, Yang Baixio ran away directly. Realizing that Chen Zong's strength was tyrannical, and that Chen Zong's background was higher than his, Yang Baixio was very decisive. He immediately ran away, ignoring his junior brothers and sisters. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and did not pursue him. If he wanted to, he could catch up with him at full speed, but it was not necessary. A high-level divine phase realm cultivator wasn't his opponent, and couldn't pose any threat to him. Moreover, after this time, if the other party still didn't know what was good for him, then the next time would be the date of his death. Of course, Chen Zong might not meet him next time. The blue-robed woman's expression changed greatly. Without hesitation, she turned into a blue escape light, emitting a shocking coldness, and quickly flew away. Go! Go quickly! The 3 true disciples of the Kongming cult, who were chasing behind, also changed their expressions. They were extremely shocked, and they immediately retreated without hesitation. The Kongming cult was indeed a strong force in the Heaven continent, but compared to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the gap was obvious. They were not on the same level at all. It should be known that the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had a 6th realm elite holding the fort, while the other forces at most had a 5th realm elite holding the fort. The difference between 5th realm and 6th realm was far greater than the difference between 4th realm and 5th realm. There was absolutely no comparison. A true disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was no small matter. Moreover, this person's strength was so tyrannical. Among the true disciples, he was definitely not ordinary. After that, Chen Zong and the War Demon did not encounter any more trouble and directly returned to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The War Demon had gained something, and so did Chen Zong. They both returned to their respective heavens. Seclusion. Chen Zong began a new round of seclusion. The sword principle Aowu that he obtained in the cave, the lightning and flying swan, were both 6th level Aowu. He had to first comprehend and cultivate as much as possible, master and unleash their power as much as possible. In this way, his strength could improve again. In addition, Chen Zong also felt that the fierce divine wind slash could be further improved to the 5th level Aowu. As for the other 3 moves, he also needed to comprehend the related mysterious true meaning to further improve them. Thinking about it, there were still many things that could be improved. His strength was far from the limit that could be improved. However, Chen Zong also knew that as he continued to comprehend, the more he improved, the more he would be limited by his cultivation level. The upper limit of comprehension between the middle level and high level of the divine phase realm was definitely different. While he was comprehending, his cultivation level could not fall behind. The annihilation force of the 9 heavens also needed to be cultivated as usual. Under the 6 intents of heart, Chen Zong only needed to divide 1 intent to cultivate the annihilation force of the 9 heavens. As for the remaining 5 intents, he could comprehend others. Tao of heart, Tao of world, fierce divine wind / lightning, flying swan. As for the sword principle, he had already condensed 7 sword marks, which was a very high level in the middle level of the divine phase realm. If he wanted to condense another sword mark, it was impossible to do so in a short time. All the disciples either went out to gain experience or went into seclusion to cultivate, because all of them had extraordinary talent and potential. Before reaching the peak of the divine phase realm, there were only small bottlenecks. Only after reaching the peak of the divine phase realm would they encounter a big bottleneck. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Time passed quickly. Chen Zong's improvement was shocking. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the secret chamber of the Heart Sword Palace, Chen Zong's eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a ray of light. My cultivation has reached the peak of the middle level of the divine phase realm. One more step, and I'll reach the high level of the divine phase realm. Chen Zong thought to himself. Once his cultivation broke through to the high level of the divine phase realm, his strength would increase by quite a bit. However, even if it was just a thin line, wanting to break through wasn't that easy. That thin line would take at least a few months, and at most a few years to cross. Unless he could obtain some treasure that could help increase his cultivation and break through in an instant. Of course, Chen Zong could continue to cultivate in seclusion for a few more months, and then he would have a 50% chance of breaking through. Before breaking through, let's go to the battle tower to try. Chen Zong thought to himself. If his cultivation broke through to the high level of the divine phase realm, then his opponents in the battle tower would also reach the high level of the divine phase realm, and their strength would increase by a large level. With his middle level of the divine phase realm cultivation, Chen Zong came to the battle tower and began his challenge. He directly entered the 4th floor. Divine wind / a sword pierced through the air, slashing out head-on. The dark green sword aura had an indescribable feeling of profoundness. It was overbearing beyond compare, as if it could cut through everything. There seemed to be nothing between heaven and earth that could stop it. Shatter. The opponent on the 4th floor couldn't block Chen Zong's sword and was directly killed. The opponent on the 5th floor was even more powerful. Chen Zong unleashed his qi refinement strength to the extreme, and after an intense battle, they were evenly matched. The opponents in the battle tower were more balanced in all aspects, and there wouldn't be any obvious flaws or weaknesses. Therefore, to pass the battle tower, one must have enough strength, or else it would be difficult to pass. Body refining divine phase. In an instant, Chen Zong's body was activated, reaching a height of 30 feet. The power of qi refinement and body refining overlapped, and the power of the 3 great paths also overlapped. Kill. Divine wind / the overbearing sword directly enveloped the area in front of him, making it difficult to dodge. The opponent also unleashed a terrifying power, instantly slashing out with his sword, as if he wanted to die together with Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong's sword was even more powerful. The saber light was shattered in an instant. It was unstoppable, and the opponent on the 5th level was directly killed. After Chen Zong recovered his strength, he stepped into the 6th floor. When he was in the divine condensation realm, Chen Zong passed the 5th floor, but he was defeated on the 6th floor. What about this time? Under the full power of the body refining divine phase and body refining divine phase, Chen Zong fought fiercely with the opponent on the 6th floor. However, Chen Zong realized that the opponent on the 6th floor was too strong. Even if he used the level 5 AoWu, he couldn't defeat the opponent. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. How terrifying! Chen Zong was secretly shocked that he was defeated by the opponent on the 6th floor. He had been cultivating non-stop for decades, and all aspects had been improving. The path of heart and the path of the world had been condensed to the extreme, and his strength had become stronger. The power of the three great paths overlapped and reached a new height. Even with such strength, he still couldn't defeat the opponent on the 6th floor. Then, let's try the level 6 AO Wu that I've been cultivating for the past 10 years. Chen Zong muttered to himself. His body swayed slightly, and he took a step forward. His speed increased to the extreme in an instant. Fast, extremely fast, and with an indescribable ethereal feeling, it was as natural, mysterious, and difficult to catch. Flying Swan. This move was a footwork, and it was also a body movement. When it was used, not only was the speed increased to a whole new level, but it was also mysterious and unpredictable. It was hard to catch and predict the trajectory. Under the Flying Swan, Chen Zong approached the opponent in an extremely mysterious trajectory. On the sword, there were wisps of electric arcs flashing, faintly discernible. Slash. In an instant, Chen Zong didn't slash out with a sword, but an extremely dazzling light. Faintly, there seemed to be a series of crackling sounds, which made people's hair stand on end. Level 6 Sword AO Wu. Electric Light. Chapter 2498. In 10 years, Chen Zong had also comprehended the mysteries of speed to the level of true meaning. He had mastered the Flying Swan and Electric Light, two level 6 AO Wu technique. They had both reached the level of initial success. This was the first time Chen Zong had used these two level 6 AO Wu technique. His speed had reached the extreme. Fast. Extremely fast. It was as if a bolt of lightning had shot out from his hand. It was so fast that it was indescribable. The void was directly torn apart and lit up. Whether it was Electric Light or Flying Swan, they were considered to be above average among level 6 AO Wu technique. They were extremely extraordinary. Even if they were only at initial success, they still had terrifying power. It was too fast. It was beyond the opponent's reaction time. He was hit directly. However, Chen Zong frowned slightly. The combination of the lightning sword domain and the Flying Swan steps allowed his movement speed and the speed of his sword to reach a terrifying level. His opponent was unable to dodge and was hit directly. However, his opponent's body was very strong and his defense was very shocking. His sword was actually unable to cause much damage to his opponent. None of the opponents in the battle tower had any weaknesses. Their abilities were very balanced in all aspects. Because they were not real people, their defense was also very shocking. The opponents on the 6th floor had reached a very shocking level in all aspects. Their defense was also very shocking. Electric Light focused on speed. It was really fast. However, in terms of power, it seemed to be lacking. However, this was also because Chen Zong had not cultivated Electric Light to the level of completion. It was only at initial success. If he had reached the level of completion, his attack power would be even stronger. Unfortunately, the level 6 AO Wu was too difficult to cultivate. After 10 years, Chen Zong had only reached initial success. As for the level 9 AO Wu, Lightning Fleeting Swan, the prerequisite to cultivating it was to cultivate both Electric Light and Flying Swan to the level of completion. Chen Zong didn't know how long it would take for him to train Lightning and Flying Swan, these two rank 6 profound martial techniques, to the perfection stage. Fight. Using Lei Guang and Fei Hong time and time again, Chen Zong was evenly matched with his opponent on the 6th floor. However, it was a pity that Lei Guang and Fei Hong were both type 6 AO Wu. Although they were powerful and fast, their energy consumption was also shocking. In the end, Chen Zong exited the battle tower. He was still unable to pass the 6th level. It would only be possible if he cultivated Lightning and Flying Swan to the great accomplishment realm. I'll go into seclusion for a few months and break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm. After I've stabilized my cultivation, I'll challenge the heavenly general ranking, Chen Zong thought to himself. Although Chen Zong didn't know if there was a gap between him and the masters on the heavenly general list, he still wanted to try. He could also do what he could do, even if he was a little behind. A few months later, in the secret chamber of the Heart Sword Palace, a tyrannical aura gushed out, turning into a violent gust of wind that gushed out in all directions. It was as though it wanted to destroy everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds continuously rang out, roaring endlessly, attacking everything. It was shocking to the extreme. That gust of wind seemed to be able to shatter everything. High-level divine phase realm. Great accomplishment of the second level of the annihilation technique of the Nine Heavens Breath Gale. After decades of accumulation, both of them had finally broken through, causing Chen Zong's strength to increase by another level. Next, Chen Zong began to consolidate his cultivation. He spent 10 days to completely consolidate his cultivation and fully control his strength. He was able to unleash his full potential before he sent out a request. He wanted to challenge the 999th Master on the Heavenly General ranking. This person wasn't from the human race, nor was he from the origin race. He was from the giant race, one of the 4 first-order void races. His name was De Yenbai. Challenging me. De Yenbai was slightly stunned, but he immediately revealed a sinister smile. A third-order void race human dares to challenge me? You're courting death. De Yenbai's cultivation had already reached the peak of the divine aspect realm. The art of tyrannical domination that he cultivated had also reached the second level of perfection. In terms of cultivation and art, he had reached a point where he couldn't improve anymore. In other aspects, he had also reached a shocking height. He was currently preparing to break through to the 4th level. He didn't expect that he would be challenged. It was actually very normal for a master on the Heavenly General ranking to be challenged, especially when the person was ranked 999th. However, to be challenged by a third-order void race human, De Yenbai felt that it was a little unbelievable. It was as if he was hallucinating. Even if this human's performance in the past was extraordinary, it wouldn't attract much attention from him. There was a disparity in their connate background. But no matter what, Chen Zong had already issued a challenge. De Yenbai couldn't refuse, unless he wasn't in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. 3 days later, the battle began. Human, I hope you can take a few more punches from me. De Yenbai stared at Chen Zong, raised his huge fist, and sneered. His body was a full 5 to 6 meters tall, almost 20 feet. Chen Zong was only a little more than 1 meter tall, less than 2 meters, not even 10 feet tall. The difference in size was shocking. His fist alone was bigger than Chen Zong's head. It felt like he could smash Chen Zong into pieces with one punch. However, that was just an illusion. Even though there was a huge difference in size, Chen Zong wasn't afraid at all. Needless to say, fight. De Yenbai's primordial spirit Dharma power was revealed. It was 50 feet tall, and a sharp sword was unsheathed. The sword light pierced through the air, and the dark green sword light was as fast as the aurora. It streaked across the sky with shocking sharpness. The incomparably sharp sword pierced through everything. This sword wasn't Aowu, but it was enough to threaten De Yenbai. De Yenbai's expression changed, but he didn't intend to dodge. De Yenbai roared, and the sound waves rushed in all directions. His huge body, which was originally 5 meters tall, expanded at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant. This giant was over 50 feet tall, reaching an astonishing height of 90 feet. There were also 9 divine inscriptions that represented power flashing on its body. The pressure it emitted was even more vigorous and astonishing, suppressing the surroundings and repelling the air, causing layers of ripples to spread out. De Yenbai's original height was about 20 feet. Now that it had increased to 70 feet, it meant that his divine image was 60 to 70 feet tall. The divine image of the giant tribe was more inclined towards the body-refining divine image. This was because the giant tribe's physique was very strong. Although they didn't deliberately refine their physiques, as their cultivation increased, their physiques would become stronger and more powerful. This was their talent. Even if they cultivated the Qi cultivation technique, it would also transform into a unique power of the giant tribe, which would passively strengthen their physique. After activating it, the divine image would reach 90 feet. Subtracting the original height of almost 20 feet, it was equivalent to an increase of 70 feet. Chunzong's divine image was 50 feet tall. Boom! Under the body of the 90 Zhang divine avatar, De Yanbai raised his fist and smashed it out in an extremely unreasonable manner. It was as if he was swinging a giant hammer, and it carried an extremely violent and overbearing force as it blasted out. A whistling sound suddenly rang out, as if a storm had struck. The astonishing fist pressure pressed down from the sky, making Chen Zong feel suffocated. That fist was dark and oppressive, like a falling meteorite, and it was going to smash him into pieces. The sword light was also shattered by that fist. It was too strong. Chen Zong immediately knew the strength of an expert on the heavenly general list. It was indeed very terrifying. Just this one blow brought about an intense pressure on him. The power of the peak of the divine image realm and the second level of the supreme cultivation technique was indeed very terrifying. De Yanbai's comprehension of the Tao of power had condensed 9 divine marks. In terms of cultivation technique realm, and comprehension of the great Tao, De Yanbai was ahead of Chen Zong. Moreover, his physique was innately strong. When he displayed his terrifying strength, it was equivalent to him possessing the power of the great Tao. When combined with his own comprehension of the Tao of power, it was even more terrifying. Facing this punch, Chen Zong could only unleash his full power. Body refining divine image. In an instant, Chen Zong's body also expanded to 50 feet tall, overlapping with the primordial spirit Dharma idol. It looked like they were intertwined with each other. Power. Tyrannical power flowed endlessly between the two divine images. That was the superposition of the Qi cultivation technique and the body refining technique. It was equivalent to constantly using the supreme Lingwu technique. In fact, at this level, Chen Zong did not need the supreme Lingwu technique anymore. The power of the 3 great Tao was also superimposed. Level 5 Ao Wu. Heavenly Wind / The Dark Cyan Sword Force / down. The sword force was incomparably tyrannical, as if it could cut through and shatter everything. The sword light expanded to several feet in size and directly slashed De Yanbai's fist, instantly shattering it. Although the power of any of the great Tao could not be compared to De Yanbai's great Tao, the superposition of the 3 great Tao was extremely powerful. De Yanbai did not use the Ao Wu in that punch. After this sword slashed the fist aura, it directly slashed towards De Yanbai's huge body. De Yanbai's other fist was thrown out. The fist aura roared like the roar of a ferocious beast, filled with shocking power. Power. Extremely violent power, unparalleled power, rampaging and crushing everything in its path. Chen Zong exerted all his strength, even using the 9-fold murderous secret technique. Every sword, regardless of whether it was the sword technique or the Ao Wu, was accompanied by 4 sword shadows. The power was even more terrifying. At the beginning, De Yanbai looked down on Chen Zong because Chen Zong's background was too low and he was also a human without any special talent. However, as the battle progressed, De Yanbai stopped looking down on Chen Zong and started to take him seriously. Very strong. This was a very strong opponent. If De Yanbai did not take him seriously, he might be defeated and lose his place on the Sky General List. It was important to know that the Sky General List did not only represent a ranking, but also substantial benefit. Once one fell out of the Sky General List, those benefits would disappear. Hence, De Yanbai could not lose. De Yanbai's fists seemed to become heavier and his power seemed to become more tyrannical. Chen Zong's tenacity was amazing. In this aspect, De Yen Bai could not compare to him. Although he was not as strong as De Yen Bai, he would not be defeated. Fight. As De Yen Bai continued to fight, Chen Zong also managed to distribute his power reasonably. In the end, he used the Flying Swan Steps and the Lightning Sword to attack De Yen Bai. Level 6 Ao Wu. De Yen Bai was shocked. The Ao Wu was divided into 9 normal levels and 3 extreme levels. The power of a level 6 Ao Wu was already very strong. The lightning sword of a high-level divine aspect realm cultivator was even faster and more powerful. De Yen Bai was hit by the sword directly. The following battle made De Yen Bai feel aggrieved. Although he was very strong, his opponent was too fast. He could not catch up and could only become a target for his opponent to attack. Chapter 2499. Human, I will take back my place on the Heavenly General list. De Yen Bai's face was livid and he left in anger. Defeated. He fought fiercely with Chen Zong. After Chen Zong used the Flying Swan Steps and the Electric Light Sword, his speed was too fast. Even though he had unparalleled strength, he couldn't hit his opponent. That kind of frustration was enough to make him explode. Chen Zong's speed was fast, and so was his sword. He couldn't avoid it at all. He could only rely on his strong body to block it. Although he wouldn't be defeated by one sword, each sword used the 9-fold mixed killing technique. 4 sword shadows followed each other and hit the same spot, breaking his defense. The damage caused was accumulating, and he was defeated in the end. In fact, Chen Zong didn't win easily. However, defeating De Yen Bai proved that Chen Zong was qualified to be on the Heavenly General list. When Chen Zong was ranked 999th on the Heavenly General list, everyone in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court knew about it, except for those who were in seclusion. Heavenly General List. In the 3rd heaven, the war demon's eyes were shining. Chen Zong's speed of improvement was too amazing. It was the same in the void. When you weren't paying attention, he would erupt with amazing potential and surpass many people, leaving them far behind. He had originally thought that he would be able to compete with Chen Zong in the void. However, he had not expected that Chen Zong would be like a dragon that had entered the deep sea from shallow water after leaving the void after obtaining an unparalleled opportunity. And he was still accumulating strength. Yes, accumulating strength. The war demon was full of confidence. Given enough time, he could erupt with amazing potential. In fact, it took him longer to adapt to the universe than anyone else. Until now, he still hadn't fully adapted. Once he adapted, he would definitely erupt and become stronger. Holding the black crystal, the war demon began to absorb the power in it. The power in the black crystal could help him adapt to the universe faster and stimulate his potential. When Wu Daoyuan heard the news, he was also surprised and shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly. The gap was too big. As expected of Brother Chen. Duan Lingkong laughed. Chen Zong. Yuan Chongshan's eyes flashed, but there was an indescribable pressure that almost suffocated him. Within the Dao Alliance, everyone was stunned when they heard that Chen Zong had made it onto the Heavenly General rankings. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was roaring with laughter and excitement. Chen Zong's speed of growth was indeed beyond his expectations. It surprised him, but it was a good thing. When the other factions found out that Chen Zong was on the Heaven General ranking, they were also very shocked. Especially when Primordial Lord Ao Wu found out, his face became gloomy. Back then, it was he who had taken a fancy to Chen Zong at first sight. He thought that Chen Zong, a human, was extraordinary since he was able to obtain a 5th-grade evaluation in the ominous demon wasteland. He reckoned that Chen Zong had extraordinary potential. With the idea of taking a gamble, he specially invited Chen Zong to join the Primordial and became an official member of the Primordial. However, after that, Chen Zong was challenged and defeated repeatedly, causing Ao Wu to be ridiculed by others in the primordial. Once or twice was fine, but after so many times, he was furious and secretly regretted his actions that day. Hence, he made a decision. Banish Chen Zong. After that, Chen Zong was banished and removed from the primordial. Not only that, all his resources were taken back and he was treated harshly by Ao Wu. He almost lost the opportunity to cultivate in the world of refinement. In the end, Chen Zong rose again. At that time, Ao Wu felt as if he had been slapped in the face. After that, Chen Zong's stunning performance at the disciple meet was nominated by most of the supremacies in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He was given a special reward and was promoted from the 5th to the 6th. Another slap. Now, it had only been a few years, and this human had given him another slap. Ao Wu's face was gloomy and he was filled with regret. If he had held on a little longer and not made a decision so quickly, he would have been honored instead of being slapped in the face. If he hadn't treated Chen Zong so harshly back then, now, there were no ifs because there was no turning back. Moreover, Ao Wu wouldn't lower his head and admit his mistake to Chen Zong. One had to know that he was from the origin race, a 4th realm origin race. In terms of strength, if he wanted to crush Chen Zong, it would be a piece of cake. No matter how talented Chen Zong was, he was only a 3rd realm. Even if he was invincible among the 3rd realm, he was still a 3rd realm. The gap between the 3rd realm and the 4th realm was huge. Since ancient times, many talented 3rd realm cultivators couldn't break through to the 4th realm. Even the top prodigies on the heavenly general roll weren't guaranteed to break through to the 4th realm. Otherwise, the number of 4th realm cultivators in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court wouldn't be so much lower than the 3rd realm. Even if they could break through to the 4th realm, it would take a long time. With this thought in mind, the feeling of regret in Ao Wu's heart gradually disappeared. That's right. After the primitive emperor, the master of the Tao Alliance, heard the news, his face was full of smiles. He quickly conveyed his wishes. Chen Zong will be given one of the spots for the small Tao repository. Little did he know that the primitive emperor's words gave many people in the Tao Alliance a headache. Many supremacies in the Tao Alliance gathered together and started to study it. The spots for the small Tao repository are almost confirmed, but we have to reconsider now. An old man with a bald head stroked his shiny, mirror-like head and was extremely distressed. The small Tao repository wasn't a resource that belonged to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was an opportunity for the Tao Alliance. As one of the 9 major forces in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the Tao Alliance was at the bottom of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, in the entire Heaven continent it was at the top level. Therefore, the Tao Alliance naturally had its own resources and so on. The small Tao repository was created by the ancestors of the Tao Alliance. It was a place to provide opportunities for the descendants of the Tao Alliance. The small Tao repository opened once every 100 years. Each time it opened, the time was uncertain. After it closed, it needed to slowly recover its strength and wait for the next opening. Moreover, only 10 people could enter each time it opened. The limit was below the 4th realm. The most suitable ones were 3rd realm cultivators. Of course, apart from the small Tao repository, the Tao Alliance also had a Tao repository that opened once every 1,000 years. It was suitable for 4th realm cultivators to enter each time. Only 5 spots could enter each time. Within the Tao Alliance there were quite a number of 3rd realm Tao disciples. 10 of them would naturally be the most outstanding 10. Originally, the 10 spots were basically confirmed. All that was left was the final confirmation and announcement. However, now that the primitive emperor had given the order, the supremacies of the Tao Alliance had to reconsider. Of the 10 spots that were almost confirmed, they had to remove one of them and replace Chen Zong. Since the 10 slots were about to be chosen, they must have gone through many rounds of selection. Every single one of them was extraordinary among the heaven-rank Tao disciples of the Tao Alliance. They were the best in all aspects. No matter who it was, it would not be easy to replace them. Headache. The supremacies were all having a headache together. Gu Rui's spot can't be changed. Yi Daolin's spot can't be changed. Tang Yuxuan's spot can't be changed either. Wang Zhan's spot can't be changed either. Choose between Chen Suqing and Zhao Guangyuan. In the end, after some discussion, the supremacies chose the irreplaceable spots according to the order of importance. In the end, they left 2 spots that might be replaceable and chose one of them. The difficulty of choosing one of the 2 seemed to be reduced a lot because the importance of these 2 people in the order was not as important as the other 8. Then choose Zhao Guangyuan. No matter what, since the primitive emperor had spoken, one of the spots must be given to Chen Zong. Otherwise, they couldn't answer to the primitive emperor. Therefore, although it wasn't easy to choose in the end, there was nothing to hesitate about. No matter how hesitant they had to choose one of the spots to replace Chen Zong. Zhao Guangyuan. It was decided then. Zhao Guangyuan, if he hasn't broken through to the 4th realm when the small Tao repository opens next time, then give him a spot as compensation. Since that's the case, let's spread the news. Yes, although there's still half a year before the small Tao repository opens, let them know in advance and be prepared. In addition, it was also to prevent unnecessary variables from happening again. If the news of the selection of the spots was spread, even the primitive emperor, as the leader of the Tao Alliance, couldn't easily change it. Chen Zong didn't know that because of the primitive emperor's words, he had obtained a very good opportunity. It was also because of the primitive emperor's words that Zhao Guangyuan, who should have obtained the opportunity of the small Tao repository, unknowingly lost this opportunity. Although it was said that he would definitely obtain a spot in the next opening of the small Tao repository as compensation. However, there was a big difference between 100 years earlier and 100 years later. If he broke through to the 4th realm within 100 years, he would completely lose the opportunity to enter the small Tao repository. Moreover, it was impossible to directly give him the opportunity to enter the small Tao repository. The competition for the small Tao repository would be even greater. In addition, if he didn't break through to the 4th realm within 100 years, he would still be in the 3rd realm. However, because he entered the small Tao repository 1 step later and obtained the opportunity 1 step later, the gap between him and his peers would be widened. In the Heart Sword Palace of the 6th Heaven of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong, who hadn't started his closed-door cultivation, received the news. The small Tao repository. Chen Zong was slightly startled. He wasn't very clear about this and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Ming to ask for advice. After receiving Lin Ming's reply, Chen Zong was startled and revealed a face full of joy. He didn't expect to obtain another opportunity. One had to know that after defeating De Yen Bai and entering the Heavenly General List, Chen Zong had received some rewards, which included pills and Cosmos God crystals. Other than that, he had also received a year's worth of cultivation time in the 9 great divine palaces. This wasn't a one-time thing, but an extra year every 100 years. It didn't sound like much, but it was actually not bad. After all, he had gotten it for free. Moreover, the higher his ranking, the more rewards he would receive. It was said that entering the 9 great sacred palaces for the top 10 of the heavenly general ranking to cultivate was as simple as eating and drinking. Especially the top 3. They could practically treat the 9 great sacred palaces as their own home. Just thinking about it was shocking. In this way, the strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. Although he did not know why he had been allocated such a precious and rare spot in the small Tao repository, since the spot had been allocated to him, Chen Zong would naturally grab hold of such an opportunity, and would absolutely not let it go. There's still half a year. In this half a year, I have to improve even more, Chen Zong thought to himself. Chapter 2500. There were 999 people on the Heavenly General List. Most of them were from the Origin tribe, and a few of them were from the 4 First Order Void clans. Then, there were the clans from the Second Order Void clans and finally, the clans from the Third Order Void clans. After countless years, no matter how weak the third-rank Void life forms were, there would always be some with decent talent born. Through their own efforts, in addition to the acquired opportunities, and so on, they would eventually have extraordinary strength and could be ranked on the Heaven General Leaderboard, surpassing most people. Some of these people came from various voids and some were the descendants of those who were born in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. They were born in the universe and were naturally compatible with the environment of the universe. They didn't need time to adapt. Correspondingly, it was easier for geniuses to be born. The outstanding ones would naturally be accepted as disciples by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, while those who couldn't enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would join other sects and forces in the Heaven Continent. Of course, there were also geniuses from the human clan on the Heavenly General List. Most of them were the descendants of those who came from the Void and were born in the environment of the universe. Although it was difficult for them to be born with unique talents, overall they were still better than those who came from the Void. In the Lindao Palace on the Lindao Peak of the 6th Heaven, Yi Daolin, who was dressed in a green robe and had long hair, was brewing tea. The aroma of the tea was strong and light at the same time. The aroma seemed to turn into wisps of green smoke. All the experts on the Heavenly General List lived in at least the 6th Heaven. Even if they didn't, as long as they were listed on the Heavenly General List, they would definitely be promoted to the 6th Heaven. Even if they were defeated and lost their place on the Heavenly General List, they could still live in the 6th Heaven. Because, as long as they could enter the Heavenly General List once, it proved that they were strong enough. However, they couldn't cheat in any way. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's inspection was very strict. Under the inspection of the Venerables, they could tell at a glance whether they had gone easy on them or not. In the Lindao Palace, besides the host, Yi Daolin, there were 2 other people. One of them had her long hair tied up and there was a faint purple halo at the tip of her hair. She was dressed in an exquisite purple robe which perfectly set off her figure. She had a noble and mysterious aura. She was Tang Yuxuan. The third person was a tall man with a rough face. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. There was a scar on his face which made his rough face even more ferocious. He was Wang Zhan. The 3 of us have all obtained spots for the small Taoist scripture. Congratulations! Wang Zhan laughed heartily. He picked up a bowl of rich tea and gulped it down like a cow chewing on a peony. The corners of Yi Daolin's eyes twitched. This tea wasn't easy to obtain, and he didn't have much left. However, he was familiar with Wang Zhan's character, so he didn't say anything. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. At most, he wouldn't use such good tea leaves next time when Wang Zhan was here. He would just use the inferior tea leaves. Anyway, the quality of the tea leaves didn't make any difference to Wang Zhan. It was just like drinking water. The 3 of us and Gu Rui that. Tang Yuxuan's tone was gentle and soft, with a bit of coldness. When she said the name Gu Rui, she paused slightly and didn't say the following adjectives. In addition, most of the places were expected, but Zhao Guangyuan was not there, which surprised me. That's true. Although Zhao Guangyuan's strength isn't as good as yours and mine, he's definitely in the top 10 of our Dao Alliance's heaven-rank Dao disciples. I didn't expect him to not have a spot in the small Daoist scripture this time. I really don't understand. Yi Daolin frowned and pondered as he brewed the tea. In the Dao Alliance there were a few prodigies on the Heavenly General ranking. There were exactly 10 of them. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, the small Taoist scripture's spots were almost certain. But in the end, when they found out about the small Taoist scripture's spots, they were surprised. However, there was one unexpected spot, and that was Zhao Guangyuan, the Tao Alliance's 10 heaven-rank Tao disciples on the heavenly general ranking. Zhao Guangyuan's ranking was the lowest. Of course, a third realm deacon wasn't qualified to enter the small Taoist scripture. However, if a deacon could be listed on the heavenly general ranking, he would be converted to a heaven-ranked disciple and receive better training. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guangyuan's name wasn't among the 10 spots. Instead, it was replaced by a relatively unfamiliar name. Chernzong. Zhao Guangyuan's temper isn't very good. After hearing the news, he'll definitely explode. Wang Zhan laughed, as if he was taking pleasure in Zhao Guangyuan's misfortune. Of course, he wasn't the type to wish for the world to be in chaos. However, he deeply understood that as a member of the Tao Alliance, the most important thing was unity. Under unity they could compete at will. Defeating or being defeated was a very normal thing. Normally, there wouldn't be any unresolvable grudges because of this. In fact, Zhao Guangyuan didn't know about the news because he was in seclusion, trying his best to improve. In addition, he didn't come out of seclusion because he hadn't received the news. He also didn't know what was going on. When Zhao Guangyuan came out of seclusion, there were only 10 days left until the small Taoist scripture's opening. In 10 days, the small Taoist scripture will open. Zhao Guangyuan walked out of the seclusion room and thought to himself. He was faintly excited, but then he was puzzled. The small Taoist scripture is about to open. Why hasn't the list been announced? He still didn't know that the list had been announced nearly half a year ago. It was because he didn't get a spot that he wasn't notified. Zhao Guangyuan didn't know about this, so of course he had to ask. After he asked and received a reply, his face suddenly changed. His face flushed red, and his eyes emitted an extremely sharp cold light. His tyrannical aura shook unceasingly, and a shocking heat spread out. It was faintly suffused with strands of scarlet red. The scorching heat seemed to want to burn everything in the surroundings. Anger. Zhao Guangyuan was furious to the extreme. He was like a volcano with boiling magma, about to erupt. The list should belong to me, Zhao Guangyuan said in a low voice, his voice containing shocking anger. Chernzong, previously, Zhao Guangyuan had been in seclusion training. Therefore, he didn't know that Chernzong had defeated Dian Bai and was ranked 999th on the Heavenly General's ranking. Although he was furious, Zhao Guangyuan didn't lose his mind. Instead, he wanted to understand first. He actually had some recollection of the name Chernzong. That recollection came from the Earth-level disciple meet held in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court a few decades ago. Chernzong ranked 9th, which was even higher than the ranking obtained by that human prodigy 10,000 years ago. However, prodigies also needed time to grow. At that time, Chernzong was only at the 2nd realm. Even if he broke through to the 3rd realm, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, less than 100 years after the Earth-level disciple meet, Chernzong was ranked on the Heavenly General's ranking. Even though he was ranked last, it was still very shocking. This was originally something to be happy about, but Zhao Guangyuan couldn't bring himself to be happy. This was because the list of the small Taoist repository that should have belonged to him had landed on Chernzong's head. As a heaven-level disciple, and a heaven-level disciple on the Heavenly General's ranking, Zhao Guangyuan's status in the Tao Alliance wasn't low. He could even be compared to those 4th realm guardians. Therefore, Zhao Guangyuan directly found a supremacy of the Tao Alliance, and asked directly. This supremacy of the Tao Alliance was someone who thought highly of Zhao Guangyuan. He didn't hide anything from Zhao Guangyuan's inquiry. In a few words, he explained the matter clearly and also comforted Zhao Guangyuan. Don't worry. The next time the small Taoist repository opens, there will be a 100% quota for you. If you have broken through to the fourth realm by then the small Taoist repository's quota will be given to you first. Zhao Guangyuan knew that there was no turning back. This was because the primitive emperor had spoken. As for the rest, it could be considered as compensation or consolation for him. However, Zhao Guangyuan wasn't in a good mood. The anger in his heart couldn't be calmed down. That anger was rising wave after wave. Supremacy, I want to challenge Qinzong, Zhao Guangyuan said. Sure. However, even if you defeat him, you won't be able to take back the quota. This supremacy was very direct. I just want to vent my anger. Zhao Guangyuan snorted. Up to you. The supremacy smiled. A dispute between the younger generation was nothing. It couldn't be more normal. On the contrary, if they didn't fight, then they would lose their sharp fighting spirit. That wasn't a good thing. Moreover, Qinzong was outstanding. Zhao Guangyuan wasn't inferior either. After leaving, Zhao Guangyuan rushed directly to the Heart Sword Peak and appeared in front of the Heart Sword Palace. Qinzong, I'm Zhao Guangyuan. Come out and fight. In his anger, Zhao Guangyuan didn't care about manners. He shouted directly. His momentum was shocking, like a volcanic eruption. The time of the small Taoist repository's opening was approaching. Coincidentally, Qinzong's cultivation this time was about to end. When he heard Zhao Guangyuan's shout, Qinzong walked out of the Heart Sword Palace. Zhao Guangyuan's face was filled with anger. A terrifying aura surged around him, as if it was going to turn into flames and burn everything to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Qinzong could clearly feel that within 10 meters of Zhao Guangyuan, there was an astonishing blazing aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. He was instantly shocked. Qinzong also knew the name of his opponent. Zhao Guangyuan was the Tao Alliance's human genius ranked 950th on the Heavenly General ranking. With a thought, Qinzong seemed to have grasped the reason why Zhao Guangyuan came looking for him in anger. 950th, huh? Qinzong's eyes narrowed slightly, faintly shining. If you want to fight, then let's fight. There was no need to reject. Half a year ago, he defeated Dianbai. In this half a year, Qinzong felt that his strength had increased a lot. His ranking on the Heavenly General ranking should be able to rise further. He was planning to test his current strength and challenge an expert on the Heavenly General ranking. He didn't expect Zhao Guangyuan to come knocking on his door. 950th. It wasn't far from the ranking he wanted to challenge. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. Winning or losing was normal. Since he accepted the challenge, Qinzong naturally wouldn't delay. He quickly left the Heart Sword Peak with Zhao Guangyuan and headed to the Death Arena. If he wanted to fight to his heart's content, the Death Arena was undoubtedly the most suitable place. He didn't need to hold back. If he was worried about killing his opponent, he could give it his all. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.